You're on the Six Screens Tele-Network, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, the end is near.
Well, welcome into JW World News. Top stories this week. Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro has announced criminal charges against 4 Jehovah's Witness men in Pennsylvania for sexual abuse all across the Commonwealth. Oh, have you seen Brother Hendricks? Well, he's on a new sponsored news segment out in Colorado. And the Watchtower friends, they are desecrating God's name, Jehovah. Shame on them. And what's the most blatant lie you've ever seen in Watchtower literature? Those stories and more coming up next on JW World News. Well, hello everyone. Rick Fearon here at the control panel up here in Boston, Massachusetts, the apostate capital of the world. And we're so glad you're coming in. You're coming in from all over the world. We're getting people listening in from the United Kingdom. We're getting people from a number of countries. So we really, I'll tell you what, I'm really thrilled. I am super thrilled to see all of these people coming in, and many of them are opening up for the very first time. Things are happening. If you're not noticing it, friends, it is happening. The Watchtower is collapsing. Take them off the grill. They are cooked. Seriously, I don't see where they're going to continue on here at their present pace. They are hemorrhaging. Well, I'm glad you're with us. We're going to be talking about some of these stories tonight, much more. But, you know, a lot of people are afraid to call into the Six Screens. Friends, this isn't CBS News. This is a niche network specifically exposing Jehovah's Witnesses. But people are afraid to speak up because they think, well, what if the elders are listening? Well, what if my mother and father, they're staunch witnesses? What if they're listening? Well, they shouldn't be in here listening. They really shouldn't. They should not be listening to the Six Screens if they're loyal witnesses, but I guess we do get them. But if you want the voice changer, if you would like to have your voice unrecognizable, I know you have to speak up, and you say, well, if I speak up, they're going to hear me. Why don't you just do this? Why don't you just kind of cough, open up your phone line, cough. I'll put you on the voice changer, and we'll change your voice, and nobody will recognize your voice, and you can tell us your story. So we can try that tonight if you like. I'm just trying to get you to call up, but I love you guys. I want you to come in and talk to us. And also, I wanted to let people know that our programming goes all night. A lot of people have been asking, what is the Six Screens Tele-Network? Well, what it is, it's comprised of, right now, about 17 different programs. And for the most part, they're all former Jehovah's Witnesses that host the programs. We have so many people that are willing to take the time and effort, and we really appreciate what they do here at the Six Screens. We thank them, and they do a good job on their programs, and they're exposing the Watchtower. And every Saturday night from 5:45 right till sometimes the next Sunday morning till 7, 8 in the morning, we go all night long with people calling in and voicing their concerns on how they have been touched by the tentacles of the Watchtower. So I think it's great. I really do. I wish I had something like this when I was getting out of the truth. I would love to hear, it's scary. When you first leave the Watchtower, it's scary, right? Well, you say, well, why is it scary, Rick? Well, you know why it's scary, because you don't know. At first, you're thinking, am I really leaving the truth? What's going to happen to me? Is God going to kill me? These are thoughts that run by your mind. So, when you come in here and you hear all of these people speaking up on the Six Screens, it's kind of like a therapy session. There's an old saying, misery likes company, but we're not miserable, but we like to know we have company, at least feeling the same feelings we have on how corrupt, evil, deceitful the Watchtower is. So if you guys speak up, I'm going to tell you right now, it's helping lots of people all over the world. Well, let's get into it. Every week what I do is I spend a good part of the week just looking at the top stories in the world of the Jehovah's Witnesses. What's coming across Google alerts? What's coming across YouTube? What's coming across newspapers around the world? And what I do is I kind of look at it and I see what stories are getting the most buzz. And these are the stories we talk about. And it's no fluff, it's all shock. And that's how the Six Screens got in trouble years ago when we started, because people never heard some of the things we talk about here on the Six Screens. And they thought that we were exaggerating and making it up, trying to get people to come in and listen to our program. Friends, we don't make this up. These are real things happening. And now other people who for years thought the Six Screens was too far out there, now they're starting to say, whoa, we're hearing this. We're seeing all of the evils in the Watchtower. And we got some evil stories tonight. It's unbelievable how many tarnished stories about the Watchtower, how many stories are so tarnishing their image, how many stories are just destroying the witnesses. It's decimating the witnesses. Well, let's start with this one. This is by all means the biggest story of the week. Everyone, I think, saw it. Everybody was talking about it on the forums and YouTube. 4 Jehovah's Witnesses charged with sexual abuse of 19 children across Pennsylvania. I mean, is that a good headline? Absolutely not. So it says most of these defendants use their faith and church, Kingdom Hall, to gain access to their victims. That's what the Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro said. 4 Jehovah's Witnesses have been charged with sexually abusing 19 children in their congregations. And he announced it, the Attorney General Shapiro, he announced it just Thursday. That would have been October 27th. Friends, that's just a couple of days ago, right? So this is like really big time. Now, the alleged crimes of the 4 defendants are separate, but all took place in the Jehovah's Witness communities in Pennsylvania. The charges include indecent assault, rape, and involuntary deviant sexual intercourse. How bad does it get? How bad does it get? But the Watchtower continues to, the news media, I should say, continues to expose the Watchtower. Now, one man's name was Jesse Hill. Oh, Jesse Hill, a former resident of Berks County, now a resident of Georgia. Another brother, Jose, I should say, Serrano of Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, and Eric Elim of Butler County, and Robert Ostrander, a former resident of Cambria County and now a resident of New York. All of these men were charged with sexual assault and exploitation of children. Friends, I just want to make one comment here. It's bad enough to be involved in perverted sex, but what these men were involved in is perverted sex of the highest order. And that's what goes on in the Watchtower. There are so many displaced sexual problems in that Watchtower organization. People have problems with their sex habits. Now, these are disturbing allegations, and it's hard to imagine. And they all share one common tie. The 19 victims that have been sexually abused are all members of Jehovah's Witnesses. All of them, members of Jehovah's Witnesses. These children deserve to be protected. They grow up in peace. That's what they thought. Didn't you think that when you were in the meeting? Did you ever think that you could be sitting next to a pedophile? You didn't think twice about letting your little daughter or your son go to the bathroom, did you? No. You let them go, not even worried about it. Well, they could have been preyed on. We don't know that. But now we're learning these things happen. even in Kingdom Hall bathrooms. But anyways, the Attorney General Shapiro of Pennsylvania, he says, my office will not stop until these defendants are held accountable for their crimes against innocent children, and until justice is achieved, he's not stopping. Well, let's take a look here. I want you to see the pictures of some of these men. And the reason why I want you to do that is maybe you might know some. Yeah, maybe you live in Pennsylvania. Maybe you know some of these perverted sex maniacs in the Jehovah's Witness religion. I'm going to put their picture up. If you're on YouTube and some of our Facebook platforms we're on, you'll see them. Let's put this guy up first. Let's put him up. This man's name right here, that is Serrano. That is Jose Serrano, and he's accused of molesting his own daughter. You know, it's pretty sick, isn't it? And not only his own daughter, but also 5 other young girls in 2011. And these girls were in the congregation, young girls, and they were trusting Brother Serrano. But these young girls were violated. He is now facing charges of aggravated indecent assault and endangering the welfare of children. Yes, you got 6 little girls, young girls, that were, well, sexual acts were performed on them. I'm glad this guy's in trouble. I really, really am. And I hope the Attorney General throws the book. Well, let's take a look at another man. Well, look at this guy here. Well, look at this guy right here. Now, you take a look at this man. He looks like a pervert, doesn't he? If you've seen this guy walking down the street in a raincoat, you run the other way. Really. This man's name is Jesse Hill, and he's accused of using his milling business. Yeah, he had a milling business, maybe milling wood or metal, I'm not sure. But he used his milling business to attract young boys from the congregation with promises of alcohol, marijuana, and pornography back in the 1990s. Holy mackerel. But didn't anyone pick up on this guy? Giving these young brothers alcohol, marijuana, and having them watch pornography? He allegedly exposed himself to the children. Well, he looks like a guy that would expose himself to children. He groped them, and he forced them to perform oral sex. That's Brother Jesse Hill. Well, he's facing charges of rape, involuntary, deviant sexual intercourse. Let your mind wander on that. Deviant sexual intercourse, that could be anything. But these guys are perverts of the highest order. So, I mean, he's charged, and good for that the state of Pennsylvania is now looking into these Jehovah's Witness creeps. We talked about Ostrander, but let's go to this Elim. Oh, this guy. Let me see if I can. We don't have a picture of Elim. We don't have it, but okay, let's go right here. I'm sorry. We do. Let's go to this guy right here. His name is Ostrander. Yes, in fact, his name is, what's his first name? Robert Ostrander, Brother Ostrander. Let's just go with that. He is accused of sexually abusing at least 2 minors, including his own stepdaughter. Man, how much of this goes on in the Jehovah's Witness religion? He's facing charges, Brother Ostrander. He's facing charges of indecent assault, endangering the welfare of children, and corruption of minors. Well, would you want to face charges like that? I wouldn't. Geez, wouldn't you be terrible? How can you do this? How can you sleep at night? And then you brought on the main stage, and people can see what a pervert you are. Now here's one here. I'll get rid of Ostrander here. But let me talk about this man here, because this man is a coward. He is a coward of the highest order. Well, he also was in Pennsylvania abusing children. Brother Elim. Brother Elim is accused of sexually abusing his daughter and using, now I want you to listen to this. I never heard of this. I never have, maybe you have, but he is he's being accused of sexually abusing his daughter and using molestation as a form of punishment when she was a child. I mean, did you ever hear that? So in other words, Daddy Elim, Jehovah's Witness man, well, little Cindy, if you don't clean the yard up, you're going to have sex with me again. That is sick. That is sick. He's facing charges of rape, involuntary deviant sexual intercourse, aggravated indecent assault, and endangering the welfare of a child. Now, here's why I'm calling Elim the biggest coward. When the officers in Pennsylvania attempted to take Elim into custody, Brother Elim went into the bathroom of his home and shot himself dead. I'm glad he did. But what a coward. So charges were filed in Lancaster, Berks, and Cambria counties in Pennsylvania. And those charges all stem from a grand jury investigation and found all of these men guilty and of abusing 19 minors. Friends, stop here. These are only the ones that the state of Pennsylvania is aware of. How many others really were involved in this that nobody ever saw? Now here's what I'm gonna play a video here. This is a video. It's all over Pennsylvania. All of the news stations in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia and the major cities in Pennsylvania, they're all playing. And boy, I'll tell you, they're not cutting the witnesses any slack. Let's listen in. See, let's first of all, let me get this up so you guys can see it. I'm going to share it on the screen here, but let's see if we can't get this up so you can see it. And it's Shapiro, the Attorney General, talking. Well, let's see if we can hear this. Give us a second.
Get pre-Black Friday prices now. The greatest mattress price rollback in Levin history.
We're going to skip the ad.
4 men and 19 alleged child sex abuse victims are all members of Jehovah's Witness congregations from across Pennsylvania. The charges come from a grand jury investigation.
Most of these defendants used their faith and church to gain access to their victims, to build their trust, and then molested them.
State Attorney General Josh Shapiro revealed details of the charges from the 3-year-long statewide probe.
Some defendants only looked as far as their own families to commit their abuse.
Shapiro says the daughter of Butler County's Eric Elam testified about the sex abuse she suffered.
She told the grand jury about her father's practice of using sexual molestation as discipline in the house where she was growing up.
Elam took his own life when authorities showed up at his home to arrest him this morning. Also charged and taken into custody, Jose Serrano of Lancaster County, Robert Ostrander, formerly of Cambria County, and Jesse Hill, formerly of Berks County.
This is an abuse of trust, an abuse of power. And I'll remind you that no matter what power you cloak yourself in, everyone is accountable under the law.
This child abuse hotline is set up to hear from victims and anyone with information. The number is 888-538-8541.
We are urging anyone who has had a similar experience to come forward to tell us your story. We're here to listen, and we will act.
Shapiro emphasizes that the investigation is ongoing and active. Bob Mayo, Pittsburgh's Action News 4.
Well, what do you think of that? I mean, that's a Pittsburgh news station. It's all over. I'm sure it was in Reading. I'm sure it was in Philadelphia, probably up in Allentown, all of the major cities. So, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they've got to be seeing this. I hope they are. I have a number of relatives that live in Pennsylvania. I got at least 50, well, let's say 40 to 50 witness relatives that live in Pennsylvania. And hopefully they're seeing this in the news. And you know what I often wonder as I'm seeing all of these stories coming out about Jehovah's Witnesses, what is going on with the officials? What, in goodness' name's sake, is stopping the governing body or some officials of the Watchtower to come forward and address this problem? They don't even want to get into it. They just walk the other way. So this is very, very disturbing that this is all happening. I just don't understand why they're not coming forward. They continue to cover up, and more people are really getting in trouble because and getting molested.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah, yes.
Hey, it's me, Vanessa Smurfro. I wanted to just give you some information on that because the guy Serrano that you mentioned,
Yes.
he's linked to my Uncle Brent.
Is that right? I didn't realize that. Yeah.
Yeah, because he would spend a lot of time in Pennsylvania and also in New York, you know, because Watchtower's got the branch in Pennsylvania, the original one. And then, you know, at Bethel and stuff. But Brent accepted a plea bargain a couple weeks ago to escape the death penalty. So he got life in prison for admitting to premeditated triple homicide. And so he's spilling his guts. I want all of these Watchtower weirdos to know that Brent doesn't want to die at Armageddon. He's freaked out and he's in prison now. And so he's naming names and confessing. And so all these other ones are going to be going down because he's talking. So that's exciting.
Well, it's very exciting. And I'm glad you called into the program. And, you know, I'll tell you, when you had your program years ago on the 6 screens and you and I would talk and, you know, you'd come up with these stories and I would report it years ago. People really didn't totally believe us. They didn't. And now they're seeing it all come to fruition. They have a bigger problem than they don't understand. The Jehovah's Witnesses do not understand. This is not just isolated cases. This is all over the place. Yeah. Well, thank you.
We first did our first interview and we talked about, you know, babies being killed and blah, blah, blah. You know, it was really stressful talking about. And I know I got a lot of flack for that, like, oh, that's so unbelievable. But then, you know, just with what my Uncle Brent did, he just got done killing another baby. You know, my aunt being 9 months pregnant, like he's got no problem killing babies and molesting my little cousin Ty. But also great news that I got to share. I don't want to say the news net or the network right now, but there's a major network that they're having a new kind of crime show program starting, and they want my story and with my uncles and stuff and my aunt to be the first story that they feature.
Wow.
So I'm going to do a Zoom meeting with this network, and yeah, I'm like super excited. So we're going to integrate the Jehovah's Witnesses with the homicides and everything and the abuse nightmare.
Well, good for you, boy. I'm glad for you. I'm glad that they're caught up and you're going to get some exposure because you deserve it. You've been speaking out for years and all these people that gave you flack and didn't believe you. Well, I'm glad. I never gave up on you. I know you've always told the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. You're on, sir. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Ryan.
Well, wait, we got two people talking at once, so go ahead.
But I'll wait my turn. But my original congregation was from Cambria County in Johnstown, so I know a lot about that. And I served as an elder. I was a JW for about 38 years, and I was on your program as a guest about 8 years ago. So it's been that long. Appreciate what you do, but I'll wait my turn.
Oh, okay. In fact, yeah, why don't you come back in and talk about that? Go ahead. We got another brother on there. Go ahead. You're on with us.
Yeah. This Joe from Colorado. Rick, when I saw the news conference, and by the way, thank you, Vanessa, for sharing your experience. When I saw the news conference and he mentioned the one individual that used molestation as a punishment, it really affected me because my uncle, the one who got most of my family in the Watchtower, he was a pedophile. Now, he did not get removed because he was a pedophile. He got removed because he would beat his kids. And I'm going to share what he would do. And Child Protective Services took the kids away, and that's why he was removed. He would strip them down naked and beat them with a belt. Now, that is a sadist. And I'm now thinking, I wonder, he was a pedophile. I wonder if he got some kind of sick arousal by beating his kids when they were fully naked. Who does that? Who does that? And then secondly, I just want to talk about the two-witness rule. I know Gary Bro mentioned that they're not ever going to back down. They're going to keep that. But here's the problem. First of all, we're not under the Mosaic Law. Okay, so that ended. And then if you go to Matthew chapter 18, when it talks about two witnesses, that's talking about a grievance. It's not talking about a crime. And I just wanted to mention that. The Watchtower is so sick trying to use scripture to back up their cover-ups. Thank you, Rick, for all you do.
Well, thank you, Joe. Always good to hear from Joe from Colorado. Let's bring that brother back in from Pennsylvania. I want to ask him a couple of questions.
Okay. Hi, Rick. I just wanted, it's been about 8 years since we've talked. You had me on as your guest about 8 years ago when I first left. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate all you do. And I just want people to know before I say anything that the problem is it is a wicked and evil organization. It's a Masonic Luciferian organization. That's why they do what they do. We can't reason and try and understand, and argue scripture because they honestly don't care. And when I tell you what I've experienced, because I dealt with this, and I know one of the victims from Cambria County, the one little girl, her last name starts with a K. She was just a toddler when I was in that congregation way back in the day. And I've been out for about 8 years, and recently, out of the blue, I had some people from Johnstown, which is Cambria County, that know this family and this girl and this pedophile personally, and they gave me the news clipping. And then I came across your article today, and I thought I just wanted to let you know what I've experienced, because I dealt with this as an elder, and people need to understand what really goes on with the legal department when this stuff comes out, and how badly it's covered up, and anyone that speaks out against it is ostracized, and that's why they keep silent. So I have a lot of details because I dealt with a personal case some years ago when I was still in the organization and dealing with it as an elder. I was in a congregation about 45 minutes from Johnstown in nearby Westmoreland County. And I knew this, he actually terrorized my wife when she was little, and how he got away with it when her dad was an elder and knew all about this is just bizarre. But I knew what he was, and before we moved back here, we were living somewhere else, and we moved back, and I asked the elders, is there anything I need to know about this particular individual, because I have 2 young daughters and I'm concerned. I was told no, nothing. And then when my wife was out in service, she heard a young, probably about a 28 to 30-year-old girl who had like a 7 or 8-year-old daughter, said that she would never let her daughter be around this guy. Well, this girl who said that was best friends with this guy's daughter, who I knew was a child molester. The way he would pick up little kids at the Kingdom Hall made me sick, and I knew what he was. I was molested when I was younger, so I could spot one a mile away. And I took it back to the body of elders and wanted to deal with it that way. And I said, we need to look into this, because you know how and none of the other elders wanted to do anything with it. So I did my own investigation. They gave me permission. And this man actually was in, and I'll say a Latrobe congregation in Pennsylvania. And he went up to Erie and was in 2 different congregations up there. So I called up to the Erie congregation and talked to an elder there. and they were like an east and west, so they both met at the same home. And the brother actually broke down on the phone when I called him and told him why I was calling, that this person was under investigation, and if there's anything he knows about his time that was spent up there, that we would need to know that. And I told him why, and he broke down crying. I said, "What's going on?" He said, "Well, about a month before this, they were on a family study, and his daughter finally broke down and told his dad that she was molested by him." Well, what I found out from this elder up in Erie was that they had all met. All the parents were so upset over what this man was doing that they were convinced he was molesting their daughters. And they all met, and because there were no two witnesses, they were told by the legal department not to say anything, and if they did say anything, they would be in trouble. And I said, "Well, why didn't you put that in this publisher's record card?" But so they let the elders hear. And he goes, "I should have." He goes, "I feel horrible. Let me take care of it." So he got together with the other elders up in Erie, 2 different congregations, all the parents. There were 5 girls that came forward and said that he molested them. It was all the same MO. And they had signed letters. Everything was dealt with properly, and all the elders signed off it and sent the information to me. Well, I was a new elder at the time, so I didn't realize that once you get all this information together, you send it to the legal department, and we told them they can contact the authorities if they want to. That's a personal decision, because Pennsylvania is a state where they have clergy privilege, where they're not bound by law to tell the authorities. And we were told not to, but we could tell the parents of the so-called alleged victims that they could do this. So all this was gotten together. None of the elders on the body that I was with couldn't care less, because they were all friends with this guy. So anyway, we sent all of the information, and it was like a month and a half. Nothing happened. I kept calling the circuit overseer, kept bugging him. Nothing happened. I actually called the legal department, and this is what I was told by the legal department. "Brother, this is such a serious offense. We really have to take our time and weigh this out." I said, "You realize that he's probably molesting girls right now." I said, "He's finishing off his basement and with two rooms where he's going to keep 2 young girls in the congregation. They're going to stay over." I said, "They're probably molested by him already." And I said, "I'd like to be able to take care of this before he gets that room finished, because I know daggone well what's going to happen." Well, nothing happened. And then I finally called the circuit overseer again. Long story, well, it's too late for that. But anyway, the coordinator for the convention in Pittsburgh, Kenny M., anybody who's around Pittsburgh, they know who this guy is. He was called in to chair the committee case, because the legal department never did give permission. The circuit overseer said that we could go ahead, but he wanted this particular brother to chair the case. Well, I was still believing in the organization and everything, so I was amazed that I was in on the case. He kept on trying to get this person to show some kind of remorse, and he wasn't. He was a predator. He was a sexual predator, and it was bad. So at the end, finally, he threw up his hands, and we excused, the pedophile. And he looked at us and he goes, "I've never seen anything like this." And I didn't think of it at the time, but he said, "I've been on a lot of these cases." He said, "This is the worst one I've ever seen." This guy was being investigated by the FBI because he was an airplane pilot. It was like that scene out of Airplane where Peter Graves and I think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar were, it was in his, and they were talking to this little boy, like, "Have you ever been in the steam bath?" Whatever. That's what he was. And he was investigating. That's how bad it was. But anyway, so we excused him, and he was disfellowshipped. He's been the only one until this came out. He was the only one in Western Pennsylvania that I know of. And when my ex-wife and I talked about 3 years ago, I said, "Do you know of anybody else that's ever been disfellowshipped in Western Pennsylvania for this?" She says, "No." I said, "It was just him, right?" She goes, "Yeah." I said, "Why is that?" She goes, "Because you wouldn't let it go." I said, "You dang right." And I got in trouble with the CO because he told me after all this, the dust settled, his next visit, he looked right at me after we had an elders meeting with him. He took me aside. He said, "I just want to let you know that you went too far in that. You crossed the line." I looked right at him and I said, "I don't think," and I said, "Yeah, I think Jehovah wanted me to help protect those little girls." And he just had a deadpan look. And that's when it dawned on me how bad this organization is. But yeah, and then I found out, I knew my daughter was in his crosshairs. And I told my wife at the time, I said, do not, this is before any of this came out, I said, do not let this man anywhere near our kids. He tried buying us a pole. He tried hanging out with us. At the Kingdom Hall in the parking lot, I called him over. I showed him in the trunk. I said, you take this, and don't you ever do this again. I said, I know what you are. I wasn't putting up with it. And I got in trouble over it. I got a lot of heat. Anyway, I took my family and got out of there because I knew he was going to be reinstated. I went to another congregation. I had people calling me up. Anyway, I found out about 2 years later that he molested my own daughter. She finally came to me and told me that. I said, okay, we're going to deal with this the right way. So I said, first of all, I'm just going to let the elders in that congregation know, because he was reinstated in that congregation after a year, even though he didn't seek any kind of help. And I was already in another congregation. I was getting my family out of there. Anyway, so I told the elders, and they said, well, we want to put her before he has to face his accuser. I said, all the other girls, none of them faced him. I said, he was disfellowshipped. I said, if you think I'm going to let you guys have my daughter in here, I said, you're crazy. And I was an elder in a different congregation by that time. It took me about 2 years because they sent a bad letter to me, to the other congregation. So it took a while. And they encouraged, said, well, you really shouldn't go. We have to protect the organization, yada, yada. I said, you do what you want. I said, I'm having his ass arrested. And we did. And I talked to another girl that I knew of that we found out during his case that he had molested. She did a lot of skating, and he was taking her to different skating tournaments and things like that. And he was molesting her. So my daughter and her both filed charges against him. He pled guilty in court, pled guilty to both of them. We took a plea deal because I didn't want to drag it out for the kids' sake. And he was on house arrest. It was in the paper. Everybody knew it. Wasn't allowed to do anything. I had people calling me up from that congregation telling me to do something because they couldn't get the elders in their own congregation because he was going out in service with kids. He was at congregation picnics with kids. And I said, I can't do anything. I'm sorry. I said, you have to take it up with your own elders. And it's a total cover up. And what they did at the society is they told me that they lost the information. And in the circuit overseer said, could you get the information together again? Because I was a new elder. I didn't realize I was supposed to get rid of the information. I had it all. So I put it all together and sent it back out again. And they probably thought, this guy's not going away. We got to deal with this. But that's what they do, because elders are supposed to destroy the information before they send it off to the legal department and let them handle it. So when they cover it up, they have no record of anything. They have to do it all over again, and most of them don't even do it. And it's just a total cover up. But yeah, we had him arrested, and and then nothing happened to him in the congregation. He was reinstated, even though he pled guilty to my daughter and another girl from that congregation. They didn't even meet with him. And the reason they gave me was because he said, yeah, I took the plea deal, but I didn't do it. And that was all they needed to not even look into it. So that's what you're dealing with.
Well, that's true. That's exactly true. Boy, thank you for sharing that story with us. And you know, I hold on one second and I'll bring you right on. But I just can't believe, I cannot believe that with all of this going on and all of the bad press they're getting, that someone from Watchtower doesn't step out. I mean, the Catholic Church stepped out and acknowledged it. We have other groups as well. The Southern Baptists have stepped forward and acknowledged it, but the witnesses will not address it at all. It's disgusting.
Deny. That's the Australian Royal Commission. They denied it in front of them too.
Oh, yeah.
And I told people, I said, the church is better in that area because at least they admit it and they make reparations to the families. The Watchtower denies it, and it's horrible. And the kids get victimized again because the parents don't want to, you know, they're being told not like to cover it up.
Yeah.
So the poor kids are victimized twice.
Yep, it's terrible. Well, thank you, brother, for sharing that with us. I really appreciate it.
You're very well.
Go ahead. We got a sister on there. Go ahead, sister.
Another point I want to bring out is Chessamani was from Pennsylvania, and she brought out the claim that she was abused at 5, originally from Pennsylvania, and she said that her dad studied with Stephen Lent at the time, but now she's been arrested up in Kentucky and now facing rape charges.
Yeah.
And that's another warning. Another warning is that from Bill Benson making a video about how they are hiring a quote unquote victim to try to recruit other people into the organization. Bill Benson said that she is a paid actress to try to get sexually abused victims into the Jehovah's Witness organization.
Yeah, well, I haven't heard about that, Guy. But well, thank you for chiming in with us anyways. Thank you very much, Guy. Appreciate it. All right, who's next? We had someone else that wanted to speak up. You're on with us. Go ahead, JW World News. Isn't it disgusting, friends? Is this all disgusting? And yet the Watchtower continues to get away with all of this. It's not, let me put it this way to you. There's something sick going on here. That this goes beyond criminality. This does. There is some reason the Jehovah's Witnesses and this idea of, well, you know, we don't want to bring reproach upon Jehovah's name. That's a bunch of baloney. Look, Jehovah's name is being dragged through the mud. Look at how many times the Attorney General said Jehovah, Jehovah. Geez, people, every time they hear the word Jehovah now, they're going to connect it with pedophilia. That's how bad it's getting.
I did a little background.
Go ahead, Pixie.
Yeah, I did a little background, and the hotline number, if it's a Roman Catholic priest, you can call that hotline number with a tip. If it's a witness elder, you can call that hotline with a tip. The Attorney General's office has prosecuted over 800 predators.
Yeah, that's just in one state.
Yeah. So they're doing their job there, and they welcome hearing from people, and that is what that tip line is for, and it's very important. And also, I want to stress, and I don't really know a polite way of saying this, but if someone has been victimized, your garments are evidence. This is why it's important to call the police, get the rape kit, and take your garments with you. And I don't know a more polite way to say it. And I'm looking forward to the show tonight where people will share their stories, and I'll get off the line now. And you did a great job reporting that.
Thank you, Pixie. Who's on with us now? Get someone? Yes, go ahead. We got a number of people. Hold on, we got a number of people here trying to. Yeah, let's go with this sister right now. Go ahead, sister.
It's Sharon in North Carolina.
Yeah, Sharon.
I was just calling to confirm what.
Hold on, Sharon. Yeah, I'm going to get him off the line. I don't know if he's trying to create issues or what, but let me see if I can't get him off the line here. Okay, if you're not, make sure you mute. If you're not talking, let's mute yourself, and then we'll be able to get some peace here. Okay, Sharon, I think the coast is clear now. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to confirm what that brother was saying about the cover-up. My mother was a pedophile, and I reported her in 1978 to the brothers. It never dawned on me to call the police because I never heard of this before. And they warned us not to talk about it in the congregation because that magic word, reproach, was brought into play. So nobody would speak about it, but I went a couple of congregations away and I told them, and I was depending on the Watchtower hotline for it to get passed around of what she did. And it wasn't until she ran away with her victim, who was 14 at the time, that they finally disfellowshipped her. And that was in 1978. And I didn't know until the Candace Conti thing in 2012, when I finally woke up, how prevalent this sexual abuse of kids is. I mean, I knew about the physical abuse. It was just something you took as being a witness. You know, it was beat into you because of that scripture, you know, that you discipline your child. But as far as sexual abuse, it never dawned on me that it was in the congregations until Candace Conti. And then I started doing the research and I saw how prevalent it was. And then with Barbara Anderson coming out with all that she had at Watchtower headquarters, it just blew me away. And as a matter of fact, yesterday when you had done that live session, there's a girl that I knew from my congregation in Mastic Beach that was molested by somebody. And now she lives in Pennsylvania. And I told her to call the state attorney in New York to see if her statute of limitations was up for what that elder had done to her. And then from there, I found out somebody that also was in my congregation and now lives in Montana, and it happened to her too. So I gave her the same advice. So this thing has been a cover-up for a very, very long time. In 1978 was when I was first made aware, and now look what's been going on through these decades, how they just keep covering it up and covering it up. And why these governments, and especially this government, isn't doing anything about that organization, it's a mystery. It's just a mystery. I'm going to hang up now.
Oh, Sharon, I couldn't have said it better myself. It is a mystery. That's what I keep wondering. You would think that by now the bubble would burst. There's just too many pedophiles. Go ahead. You're on with us.
Yeah, Rick, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Rick?
Yes, go ahead. Dick, I think it's Dick. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Rick. I heard the newscast of those 4 Jehovah's Witnesses that got arrested for pedophilia, and most of them were in the 50s and 60s. So it's my guess that they were either servants or elders, because usually if you're in the organization 20 or 30 years, you are holding one of those positions. So it only makes sense if if victims report to the elders that they've been sexually abused, there's a very good chance they'd be talking to elders or ministerial servants who themselves were pedophiles. And it's just cover up after cover up after cover up. And just a further point, when I came into the organization in 1970, I was told that if there's anybody doing something grossly wrong in the organization, that Jehovah's Holy Spirit would be taken from the congregation, and that the elders would realize that the Holy Spirit was gone, and they would do an investigation, and they would look high and low, and the Holy Spirit would direct it, and they'd find that bad person, and they would disfellowship him. Well, just the opposite is happening. It's not our Heavenly Father's Holy Spirit. It's the spirit of Satan the devil, who's a pervert and loves to ruin families and loves to ruin children. Great program, Rick. Great program. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dick. Yeah, no, it is amazing to me that, all of this now this week, just in Pennsylvania alone, and all the people, including Jehovah's Witnesses, they have got to be seeing this. They just can't be oblivious to it all. If they have any smarts at all, they're going to be thinking, gee, is this really going on? Of course it's going on. But how? I like what Sharon said. How is it they're getting away with it? She's talking, back in the 90s. In fact, I know it was going on back in the 1960s because I had an elder, an expert presiding overseer. That was my presiding overseer. I had him on the program and asked him once, was this problem back in the 60s when you were the presiding overseer? Oh, yeah, he says it was going on then too. So how is it that an organization can get away with this? And we'll see. Now we're seeing them. We're seeing countries and even states now clamping down. So this might be good. Maybe we're seeing. Yeah.
Can I answer that question, Rick?
We're gonna bring Joe on right now. Then we're gonna go to there was a sister on there. So go ahead, Joe. Then we'll go to the sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be real quick. We all know that they really hammered the Catholic Church during the 70s and early 80s. But I was watching the ID channel the other day. It's an investigative discovery channel. And there was a situation, this was a real life situation, where the priest had to do background checks on everybody that worked in the church. Now, they actually pay their employees. Well, the janitor didn't want to get exposed. He had molested a child, and he had a record. Well, he ended up, the priest confronted him and said he had to turn him in, and the janitor killed the priest. He stabbed him to death. They ended up catching the janitor. because he took his phone and they traced the phone near his house where he ditched the phone. But my point is, the Watchtower demonized other organizations for pedophile problems. And yet these organizations are actually doing something about it. They're making changes in policy. It's the Watchtower that refuses to make changes in policy. And they're so disgusting. It's demonistic. Thank you, Rick.
Well, thank you, Joe.
I'd like to comment whenever possible.
We got a sister, then we're going to bring the brother on. Now, go ahead, sister, you're next.
Okay, it's me, Vanessa.
Oh, Vanessa, okay.
So how, being in court and seeing how Watchtower has been working, you know, seeing how their responses with Brent's, you know, trial and all that, of how they keep witnesses silent. If you remember being a witness, upon your baptism, they make all Jehovah's Witnesses ordained ministers. If you ever remember that, oh, we're all ordained ministers, blah, 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 and witnesses are very proud of that. Well, one of the perks of being an ordained minister is clergy penitent privilege, which means every Jehovah's Witness that's baptized on the face of the planet is held by clergy penitent privilege, whether they heard it out in field service, whether they were talking to someone personally. And when it gets to a police situation or in court, Watchtower will then say, well, you know, as a baptized Jehovah's Witness, you're an ordained minister. And depending on how you found out your information, you are legally not allowed, as a member of the clergy or an ordained minister, you're not allowed to testify in court. And they will listen to them. That's why they make all baptized Jehovah's Witnesses ordained ministers.
Well, that's thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you, Vanessa. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, we've got, I don't know. Yeah, go ahead, sir. You're on with us.
Thank you. Yeah, I was a JW for about 38 years. I was 15 when my mom switched from Catholic to JW. But what I did was I was in it for 38 years, ministerial servant most of the time, and an elder for like the last 7 years or so. But when I was, the thing that I found out, and this to me explains why they get away with what they do, why they aren't held to task for all the corruption that they are responsible for, and the families and the breakups. In my own family is an example. My kids are still in it and they won't talk with me. It cost me my marriage, and like so many others. But what I did was I'm a big researcher. And what I did was I found out some information that I wasn't even looking for. I knew because of what I experienced as an elder, I knew God was not with this organization. But what I found out, and this is why, is because it never was and still is not a Christian religion. It was a Zionistic religion. I went back to all the original books, writings. It's of the occult. It was they had the Knights Templar logo on their watchtower. It's called Zion's Watchtower. And Russell is buried in a Freemasonic. Everybody knows anything about the Freemasons, okay? They worship Lucifer, the higher levels. And the Watchtower is Freemason-like. When they first met, they met in Freemason halls. Charles Taz Russell is buried in a Masonic cemetery in Pittsburgh that up until this year had a pyramid with the all-seeing eye and the Watchtower right next to it. Okay, they are part of the New World Order. They are part of Satan's system, so they never were Christian. They were a Zionistic movement that was about the fake Jews getting back into Palestine. And you can go back to the Balfour Declaration, which we all heard about in school. It was not real Jews. It was this organization, Zionist, that was formed by, it's a political movement by Theodore Herzl, and he's the one that formed it. And that's what they are. And it's the synagogue of Satan that Jesus warned about in his letters to the churches, those who say they are Jews but are not. The witnesses were part of that to begin with, and Charles Taz Russell was the one who did it, and it was never formed by his clothing business. It was been bankrolled by B'nai B'rith, which is a Zionistic organization. It was proved back in court in the 1930s, I believe. A dentist that made this claim, and the Watchtower took from the court. The dentist won, and it was proved that they were being bankrolled by the Zionists. That's why they continue to exist. They don't need donations. They are bankrolled by the Zionists. They never were Christian. They never are. So that's why they do what they do, and it's just a big ruse.
Well, amen to that, brother. Well, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing that. Go ahead, sister. Go ahead, sister. Yep.
Okay. Hi there. Yes, this is this is Mary. I have a question, and then I'm just going to make a comment, but maybe somebody can answer the question. So before I was baptized, I studied with the witnesses for approximately 20 years, and I drug my feet for many reasons. There was a few red flags, but I was always drawn to the perks, like the instant family and the connections that I had made in my community. Hence, the Jehovah's Witness Hall is walking distance from my home. It's on the same street for which I live right now. Okay, this is really important. I'm going to back this brother up, or this gentleman talking. So I found out after I was baptized about the field service hours. Thousands upon thousands of field service hours were collected on my behalf. I did not know this until after I was baptized. They hold all information from you. Now, this is my personal experience from this hall, right where I'm at right now. Okay, so right before when I committed to baptism, it was about 3 or 4 days out. They wanted my commitment for baptism because the big convention was coming up. I believe it's the district where I was going to be baptized. And they instituted sleep deprivation upon me. I talked about this on another show. They did all kinds of very strange, and I could tell you this, that I know now what it is, and everybody listening probably knows what it is. But what they did is they badgered me. They kept me awake up until my baptism with different various ways. And then about a week before, they brought out this special book, and it was for baptism. And any elder listening would know what that book is. They didn't bring it out until a week before I was baptized. And one of the things that really disturbed me was they said, and they really pounded this in several times. You understand that you're being baptized in a spirit-filled organization. And they made me say yes, like in front of so many people and elders, and like they couldn't believe I kept saying yes. But I thought it meant the Holy Spirit. I really did. And so I look back on it now, and no, they did not baptize me in the Holy Spirit. They baptized me into a spirit-filled. So there's only supposed to be one spirit according to the Bible, even if you're an atheist. You read the Bible and you find that out. But anyways, my question is for that were baptized many years ago, didn't they used to baptize in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost? Is that new, the Spirit-filled organization? But they wanted to make sure that I knew. And so my point in making this is I felt it very, I can look back now, demonic. Like they wanted to make sure that I was signing into something not so good. I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Well, Mary, that's a good question. But yeah, that ended prior to 1985. You were baptized in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Now it changed in 1985. 1985, it changed. It's now you're baptized. But I'm not sure the current position, if they change it or not. But the last I knew in 85, they changed it to being baptized into a spirit-directed organization. Well, thank you, Mary. Always good to hear from you. Appreciate it. Well,
hey, Rick, can I answer your question?
Go ahead. We got Arizona coming in. I think that's Gilbert.
Hey, listen, I want to answer your question. You're confounded as to why the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses are not going with the district Attorney General Shapiro and saying the exact same thing. The governing body should be saying the exact same thing as the Attorney General, and so should the local body of elders. So you scratch your head and you wonder, why is this happening? Well, before I met you in Warwick, I was preaching this, how Watchtower has neutered these men. They're a bunch of neutered men. And because when you have animals, like, cows and steer, you have to neuter them because you can't have too much testosterone in your pen. And this is the age-old question. This has been happening since the beginning of time. And governments do this. Like, look at the Chinese. They emasculate their men, and everybody follows the state. So Watchtower and their elders and the people are statists. They love the state. They're in love with the state, which is Watchtower. This is why Watchtower doesn't want you to be an American. This is what they don't want you to have an affiliation with your country, because there's a little bit of testosterone. There's a little bit of a fighting spirit, and they can't control. So when you're talking about a congregation, the local congregation over there in Pennsylvania should be saying, please, come on in. Police officers, come on in. Attorney General, come on in. We want to talk to you. No, that would require a little bit of manliness. And Watchtower by design has taken that away from these men. And I just wanted to tell you one other thing, that Satan, how he works is he always does the spin, like Bill O'Reilly, where he says the spin stops here. He tells you the truth. It sounds like the truth, but he really spinned it in a way. So when Watchtower is telling you we got to protect the congregation, they're telling you the truth. It's just you're not part of that congregation. The Christian Congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses is in New York. You see, it's like in my voting ballot, I say that I want to be a son of God today. I don't want to wait 1,000 years. Watchtower says you have to wait 1,000 years, but they are sons of God. They are anointed. It's the same thing with protecting the congregation. They're telling you we need to protect the congregation, and they're telling you the truth, but you're not part of the congregation. They are the congregation. The governing body is the congregation. Watchtower Corporation is the congregation. You guys are just the help. If you're a Jehovah's Witness and you're listening to this, you are the help in the plantation. Yeah, you get to live there. Yeah, you get to eat there. Yeah, you get to participate and be around everybody. But at the end of the day, you're just the help. The owners and the congregation is New York. And so I hope that answers your question.
I like what you just said. We're just on the plantation, that's all. And the masters are telling us what to do. Yeah, the help. That's it. I like it. I like that. I'm going to steal that from you. That's a good statement. Okay, we've got a number of people coming on. Let's give people who haven't talked yet. Let's see. Anyone that looks like yes, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Rick. It's Constance. I was going to say this is a fabulous show tonight, and I'm really enjoying everyone's comments, especially that one brother that went into length about his daughter and the 4 JWs in Pennsylvania. I just, first of all, wanted to say I'm very, very sorry for his daughter's molestation, and I hope she's been able to get a lot of counseling to be able to heal from those wounds.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, from the sick SOB that did that to your daughter, honey. I really mean that. But the other thing I wanted to say, we know there's a lot of new people listening in, and I'm not trying to correct anyone. I just have to just say this. Talking about it going back to the 60s, I came into the organization in the 70s and I left in the early 80s. But Barbara Anderson had mentioned that this went all the way back. When I say this, I'm talking about the sexual abuse with the molestation in the organization. It has gone back all the way into the 40s. Yeah, since the 1940s. So Watchtower's been really covering this up for a very, very long time. And so, Rick, it's a great, I'm just really glad that this evil is finally being exposed. It's coming out. And, Rick, I had no idea that you had, I knew you had like 50 members who were still JWs, but I never knew that they were in Pennsylvania. And, I really hope, Rick, it's going to take the scales off their eyes so they can really see how devious and deceitful and evil the organization is. I mean, if somebody really genuinely loves God, loves truth, and loves their family and righteousness, there's no way in heck you could be a part of such an evil demonic organization. You take your family, your wife, your kids, and head for the hills and run as fast as you can to get away from this demonic organization. So thank you, Rick.
Wow, well said. Thank you. No, right. You said it well. Okay, who's next? We got so many people want to speak up. So it looks like we got area code 6310, area code 5371. Whoever would like to speak up, you're on with us. Wow, we're so glad you're on here tonight. And that's what I'm thinking. And yes, I do. I have just about 50 relatives in Pennsylvania. But this is all over the news. All of the major cities in Pennsylvania. Let's think of it. We got Erie, Pennsylvania. We got Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We got Reading, Pennsylvania. We got Bethlehem, Allentown, Pennsylvania. I mean, these are big cities. And these have news stations. I know because I spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania. And they're all being shown. When the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, not only that, he's running for office. He's running for office right now. I didn't want to bring that up. But he wanted to get this out because that's going to make him look good, right? But he does look good, and I'm thankful to him that he did it. But anyways, he announced it just 2 days ago on the 27th. So I thank Attorney General Shapiro. I don't care what his political motives are, but I thank him for doing it. Okay.
Los Angeles. I want to talk to Rick.
I'm here. Okay. Go ahead. I'm on with you.
Yeah, I just want to comment.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. You're on with us, sir. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on with us. Go ahead. Area code. Yeah, go ahead.
Area code 213.
I'm with you. I see you. Go ahead. Speak up.
Yeah, I see you. Go ahead. The elders at my hall, there was a ministerial.
Hey, sir, could you just get away? There's a TV or something going. You got YouTube going in the background. You got to get away.
Could you just get away? There's a TV or something going. Can you hear me now?
You got to get away. Yeah, shut the YouTube off. I can hear myself talking through YouTube. Shut that off. Yep.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Yep.
Okay. There was a ministerial servant that molested his stepdaughter at my congregation, and they covered it up. And the girl, her boyfriend came and he shot up the book study, and it was a big old mess. But they had swept that under the rug, and it was just amazing that they didn't disfellowship him or nothing.
Well, that's what the witnesses do. You know that. Everybody knows that listening in here tonight, they're big cover-up artists. They do it on purpose. They do it on purpose. I don't know how they're getting away with it, but they are.
Yeah, but I was just so surprised because the boyfriend came to our book study and shot up, and it's just thank God no one was killed, but he shot the ministerial servant in the arm, and it was just such a mess. And the police were called and everything, but they never did arrest this ministerial servant.
Well, when did that happen?
That happened in the 80s in Los Angeles, California.
Is that right? Boy, I'm surprised that didn't make the big time news stations. Of course, I wasn't really into it back then, but I'm sure it must have made the national, well, maybe not the national news, but the local news, right? Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah, but the elders really just covered it up, and it was just a hush hush in the kingdom hall. Everybody was whispering about it, but no one was there, really talk about it. But the ministerial service, he ended up getting publicly included, but they never just say exactly why. But it was on the grapevine. Everybody knew what had happened.
Yeah.
The stepdaughter ran away from home.
Well, you know where the bones are buried, and I'm glad you came on tonight and spoke up. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Good to talk to you. Don't be a stranger. Come back and see us. All right. Well, anyways.
Yeah, Rick?
Yes.
What really bores me is these witnesses get off, these elders, because of this two witnesses.
Whoop. I'm sorry, Susan. Okay, you're back on. Go ahead, Susan. I'm sorry. Hello, Susan. Well, go ahead, Susan. Somehow we get disconnected. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. What really bores me is that the elders let the perpetrator get off because of the two witness rule. There have to be two witnesses to this act. Like that's ever going to really happen. And that's, I can't get past that. Why they would stand behind that flimsy excuse of a rule, and therefore that they punish the victim and let the criminal go free. And what the Watchtower forgets is this is a crime, C-R-I-M-E, crime, and there's so many people should just go to the police. Why even go to the elders? If you know that this is going to happen, and this is a pattern, it's going to continue.
Yeah. Can I weigh in on that for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I was an elder, and I can personally attest to the fact that these elders are controlled. They're being told to be able to cover these things up by the legal department up in New York. So they're not manly men. I appreciate the one brother's comment that mentioned that, you know, these they're emasculated, and they want them that way, and they try and act as if, well, they're just being humble. No, they're not manly. They can't stand up for themselves or anybody else, but it comes from the legal department that they're being told to be able to make sure, like, you protect the organization at all costs.
Well, there you go. I agree with you. Amen to that, brother. Well, thank you very much. Wow. Well, I have to tell you, this is really starting to hit the news media all over the world, not just here in Pennsylvania, but more and more people now learning that Jehovah's Witnesses have got a serious problem of child sex abuse in their organization. And as I've said before, you know, they're going door to door now. And what's a person going to think when they see Jehovah's Witnesses walking down the street? And let's just suppose two brothers are working together and they come knocking on your door. So the householder opens the door, and I would say the first thing they're going to say is, which one of you men is a pedophile? I mean, that's how bad it's getting. That's how bad it's getting. They are decimating the name of Jehovah. Yeah.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
You know what's extremely sick, though? Of when these horrible things happen, like, you know, Kingdom Hall or book study getting shot up, or murder or molestation, the Jehovah's Witnesses, I witnessed it firsthand, they get off on the drama. They get off on the violence and the horribleness. They like it to happen in the organization because it gives them attention. It's like, oh, we told you the world was so horrible. You know, look at how evil, and it's attacking the organization. You know, the organization is the one that's going to be affected the most. And see, we were right. Look at all these pedophiles and murderers. They're all Jehovah's Witnesses. They were at the funeral in New York because my Aunt Jessica, her and her family are all New York Jehovah's Witnesses. So they had a funeral in New York. I have never seen so many, like, almost sexually excited Jehovah's Witnesses over going to a funeral of a Jehovah's Witness who was chopped with a machete 9 months pregnant. It was sick. Big giant smiles and laughter. You know, at the Kingdom Hall, you hear those sisters, oh, it's so good to see you. That's the way it was.
Can I weigh in on that, please?
Sure.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, hey, this is Michael. This is Michael. I'm from Gaston, Alabama. And what I'm gonna say is it's a very touchy part about the Jehovah's Witnesses, because I have an uncle that was at the Kingdom Hall, and like he's a very known person that preached there. But I'm not Jehovah's Witness, but I know a lot of things just from being with him. So it's something that doesn't happen so devastating in this little city that I'm in that you couldn't imagine how desperate I am and happy to be on the phone to talk to somebody outside of.
We're happy to have you.
Okay. Now, you know in the Bible where it talks about Esther and what was that happened? He told Israel not to go over there and do curses and spells. Well, they did, and that same little spell pattern, they put that spell pattern on a lot of people going down the line to follow certain names and certain landowners that own land, which was part of Christ. So what has happened? They have committed a crime by killing people without touching them. And I have to say it has something to do with the Freemasonic order. So they keep the secrecy and they don't talk about it because it's a death clause behind it. And when they speak, a function will happen. And when that function happens, you got somebody getting killed or accident or overdose.
You know how they do it. I've never seen a group of people so excited to die in my entire life. Every Jehovah's Witness, like I saw it with my mother and grandmother, both died of the blood policy or the no blood policy. They just get so excited. Oh, I hope I get to die of refusing blood transfusion. That's how they kill people without touching them.
They're possessed on a whole nother level with that. Well, what you're saying, that's right. That's right also. But see, I'm a African American. I'm a black guy, and the reason why I say that because I love white people. I never seen racism until 2019. So I've been going through a lot my whole life, and I couldn't understand why. It's because they had a curse on my family, and the curse was to keep me stuck in one place, so I want to leave out. Because what we're going through is so devastating. When I tell you this, I probably won't be able to say no more on the phone because I'm even nervous to tell you.
Well, it's all going to be okay. We're going to fix everything. I don't know. That's like a little rose-colored glasses. But no, it's probably going to get a whole lot worse before it gets better. The organization's going to implode. They're going to start turning on each other because they really all don't like each other.
Well, let's see if Michael wants to speak up. Michael, are you still there with us? Did you want to share something with us? Michael? I know did you want me to put you on the voice changes so no one recognizes your voice? Are you there, Michael? Well, I don't know what happened to Michael. Maybe he'll come back on, but he sounded like he wanted to share something. I don't know. But anyways, we got a lot of people calling in.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. You're on with us.
Hi, Rick. This is Vera. I don't know if you know me on YouTube, Vera747.
Yes.
I just want to say you're great. That you have tenacity. I've seen you from the very beginning when you started, and I started on YouTube, and you have not fizzled out. So you're doing a great work, and we need you. Some of us get tired, and we get busy, but you have tenacity. So I really appreciate that. Yeah, I just wanted to share, I have a lot of insight into the Watchtower. I used to live near Bethel. I used to have the governing body over at my house since I was a little girl, even as I grew up when I was a pioneer, before I left the organization. And just everyone should know that they all have Rolexes. These guys are so wealthy. They have so much money. I remember I used to pay for them when we go out to dinner. We take them to dinner. And the governing body, a lot of them, and they didn't mind taking our money. They didn't mind being taken to extravagant restaurants, wearing their fancy suits with their tie clips, everything. They're essentially siphoning money out from not only the people of the organization, but also from the government. They are clandestine. They're set up at this time period so that they could usher in the new world, the new world order. And I think, I did a video way back about this. I didn't go in very deep, but they are using the Jehovah's Witnesses in order to be able to create a mass psychosis on the population of the world.
Can I weigh in on that part, please?
Yeah, stay with us, Vera. Stay right with us too, Vera. Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead, Michael. Say a little, Vera.
Okay. This is what I've came up with, and I got facts and I got proof. the Jehovah's Witness, in the beginning of the Jehovah's, when they got started, they knew about the order that the things would go in. So in order to protect their people, what they did was they kind of like banished the name and the family. And then the Armageddon had started. It already started. But people couldn't see it because of deception. So this is what you have going on. The rapture is already going on. But see, when a person sleep or in the days and they feel like, oh, I feel like I'm falling from the sky or something, they done lost sight. They're blind and they're deaf. See, the communication ain't right. It's a certain type of communication that you gotta have with the spirit. How I know all this? Pretty sure you can put that together. But I am so desperate to talk to somebody because I know with the Jehovah's Witnesses in my city what they did. They did something so evil. They told their people everything was this, but behind closed doors, they knew that the order was going to be this, but they did not want that to happen because of the second advent. There was going to be a second advent, but they wasn't ready to deal with it, and it was the machine. If somebody else can weigh in on it.
Okay. Well, did you have something, Michael? You said you wanted to share something with us and then you disappeared. That's why I brought you back on.
I wanted to say that Christ is more near us than anybody in the world. Christ is not in Israel. Christ is not in none of them places. Christ is right here, so close to you to where you couldn't imagine. But they're letting us kill ourselves. They're letting us kill ourselves. They letting us cause mass destruction on ourselves because we don't want to pick up a book and read. We don't want to see what science is.
Well, I'm with you. I'm with you, Michael, and I'm glad that you at least do have some hope in that direction. Well, thank you, Michael, for coming in and sharing those thoughts with us. I wanted to get back and see if we had Vera back on. I thought that. All right, Michael, go ahead and mute yourself. Hit *6 again. Vera, you back on there with us? I didn't want to. I thought he had something.
Yes, I'm here.
I thought he had something to say to you, but he had been. What would you like to say to us, Vera?
Yeah, I just want everyone to be able to see the overview of what we're dealing with. We're not just dealing, the way that society is able to deceive humanity, the leaders, is to compartmentalize everything, to fracture it so that we only see pieces rather than the overview of what's really going on. That's how they're able to exist and they're able to be effective in what it is that they are doing. Once we're able to see the pieces all together, then their whole plan is now exposed. So it's really important for us to be able to get that overview. I'm sorry, there's a knock at my door. If you give me a moment, because I really want to share something.
Okay, you go ahead. You come back, and when you come back, we'll get you right back on again. So I hope
absolutely.
I hope it's not. I hope. Well, we're gonna. So hold on 1 second. We're gonna get her right back with us. Yeah, hold it. I think. Okay.
I think just like any mafia organization, usually how they get taken down is like through tax evasion, like with John Gotti, stuff like that. And what the brother said earlier, I think it was the brother, or maybe it was one of the sisters that spoke up, but about how much money the governing body and circuit overseers make. And they don't report those green handshakes on their tax records. They say, oh, we talk about poverty. So they don't. They use that as like a tax shelter. And my father was just a substitute circuit overseer for about a year. And I was maybe 8 or 10 years old, like around that age. And I remember the amount of money. We had a house, which we got plenty of money from the Jehovah's Witnesses to pay for our house. Of course, the congregation paid for our car, insurance, health insurance. We never paid for food. Everyone took us out for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And the amount of toys I got as a kid. We would go home. My parents would be given things. We would have weekly yard sales because of all of the things that were donated to us as substitute circuit overseers family. We made thousands in that year. And it was all cash. And if we could somehow record that and show and say, well, what did these circuit overseers report for their income tax last year?
Well, that green
internally
handshake
take
never gets reported. Well, thank you, Vanessa. That's good. I'm glad you were living high off the hog. Geez, you were living almost as good as the governing body. Jeez.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And then when we would go to special assemblies,
Yeah.
we were even sent to the International Assembly in London, first class all the way.
Oh, yeah.
Because my dad had a course on the assembly.
Hey, we got more people coming in. Thank you, Vanessa. Go ahead. You're on with us. Go ahead, sir.
This is Joe from Colorado. Vanessa was talking about the green handshakes. And I was already a circuit and district speaker, but I never gave a release. I never had that privilege. And we had the circuit overseer stay with us. And I got caught up in the green handshakes. And so I gave him an envelope with $500 in it. And I got to do well, this is to show how political all this is. This is all, who has the money and who has, the nepotism and all that. But anyway, that $500 green handshake or money in the envelope got me a part where I gave a publication release at a district convention. So yeah, you give to the circuit overseers, and there's privileges that come your way. It's so crooked. The whole thing is so crooked. I know we were talking about child sex abuse, but it's just funny how corrupt this whole entire corporation is. Thank you, Rick, and thank you for everything you do for us.
Well, we certainly do.
If every Jehovah's Witness was like Joe, a congregation of 100 people, and everyone gives the CO $500, that's $50,000 just to visit one congregation in a week. That's about what goes on.
Well, I always wondered, I always wondered, the circuit overseer would come around, and I always thought they were just poor. They were given a company car, so to speak. But, that the circuit overseers would come around, they'd talk about going on safaris and trips over to Europe. And I'm saying, how are these guys doing it? How are these guys doing it? But see, they were getting money. That's how they were doing it. Well,
we were trained through the circuit overseer training to downplay how well you were doing.
Yeah.
To not wear as nice of clothing around certain people to like a pity, and they feel bad, but we weren't hurting at all.
Yeah, and then what they would do at the end of the week when the circuit overseer was leaving, they would always say, okay, now we have some expenses. And then when I was getting out back in 2005, those expenses were going up. I mean, back, say, in the 1990s, you get expenses of maybe like, $50. The overseer and his wife had to have the clothes cleaned or whatever. And maybe $50, $60, and that's getting into the hundreds. I'm saying, what's going on here? What's going on? Did they really need that much money? They got a company car, their meals are paid for. What are they doing all this money? Yeah.
Well, Tony Morris trained my mom and dad and me because they had 2 boys, and so that's why they chose Tony and Susan to train us in the circuit work. They had a travel trailer they would pull behind their brand new Jeep Grand Cherokee, which was both paid by the organization, and they kept them. And it was just a closet. They're like, this is our traveling closet. And it was just packed full of really nice clothes, shoes, everything for the boys.
Oh, yeah.
All courtesy of Watchtower.
Well, you nailed it, Vanessa, that's for sure. Well, we'll move on. We've got more stories to talk about, but just to let the audience know, you are on JW World News. Well, that's the news the Watchtower doesn't want us talking about, but we do it here every Saturday night and every other Sunday, not tomorrow, but the following Sunday. But, I came across something really weird today that I never really thought about. If a person's disfellowshipped in the organization, do they still expect that disfellowship person to give donations? I never really thought much about it, but then I got some information that a person sent to me that I found very fascinating. He was telling me that his grandfather back in the 70s and 80s, he was really well off. And he was disfellowshipped for a number of years. And even while he was disfellowshipped, the Watchtower was hitting him up for money. They were building a new Kingdom Hall at the time. And the elders kept hitting him up for donations, and he would give large donations to the Watchtower, even though he was disfellowshipped. And I'm thinking, you know something? I've talked to many disfellowship people that come on this radio program. And, you know, I listened to what they had to say. And there's no way, if I was treated the way that these disfellowship people that I've talked to have been treated, that I would give them a penny. But yet there's people who are disfellowship that still give money to the Watchtower. That does not make any sense at all. I mean, your hard-earned money you're giving to an organization that's mistreating you, mentally abusing you? No way. That's just my thoughts, but I don't know if anyone ever heard of that.
Was that James Blewin that you're talking about? James Blewin?
I know it wasn't James Blewin. No.
No? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so think about that. I mean, that is something that I never heard of before. But, you know, I wouldn't give to them. I wouldn't give to them at all. In fact, even if you're a witness listening to this program tonight, never mind even disfellowship, just hearing about all of the stories coming across Pennsylvania, and it's all over the news, I wouldn't give to them. In fact, I'm sure that's going on. I'm positive that there's a lot of Jehovah's Witnesses that are saying, I'm not giving this organization any money at all. Can you imagine the money that's going out? And I talked with a pretty high official out of the Watchtower, but talking to them the other day, and they were telling me that there's so many lawsuits right now that are being settled out of court, and it's millions of dollars, and people are just driving up there in their SUV, and they're knocking on the doors of the gated community up in Warwick, and they're saying, you know, we want to talk about abuse in my family, and Watchtower's writing them a check. So they're going home many times with, you know, don't say a thing, we'll put a gag on you, and here's your check. I mean, people, they're giving money out left and right. And I'll tell you what, if you were ever abused in the Watchtower, not that this is about money, the first thing is you've been really hurt by the Watchtower. But I'm going to tell you the truth, as even the Attorney General of Pennsylvania was saying, get a hold of the police, get a hold of the Attorney General, let them know that you've been abused, and the Watchtower is going to have to pay the price for this. Okay.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to hark back on something you said just now about people who have been disfellowshipped still giving money. Well, I suppose for those people who have been disfellowshipped and they're still mentally in, even though they're disfellowshipped, then they've still got that mindset. So, and of course, they dressed it up as a loving provision to help that erring one come back to Jehovah again. So as far as the Watchtower is concerned and the way they preach it is a loving condition. So if people are disfellowshipped, you know, and they think that, you know, they deserved it or whatever, and then I can understand why they keep giving money, because they're still mentally in, although they're disfellowshipped. But there's something else I wanted to mention as well, Rick. There's two witness things. Now, when I was watching the 2015 Australian Law Commission, I noticed one of those, I think it was Angus, the guy's name was, the solicitor. He was savvy enough to bring up a couple of scriptures from Deuteronomy about the girl, if she goes into the field, you know, and she screams but she's not heard, then she should not be put to death. Well, that got me thinking, because why would she scream? Well, she would scream in the hope that somebody hears her. You know, the same as if she would scream if she was in the city. She would be screaming for a purpose. She'd be screaming for help. She'd be making all the noise that she could for help. Same as if she was in the countryside, you know, just in case someone, a shepherd was walking by or something. The purpose for her screaming would be that she could be heard. Now, what would happen if she screamed, a shepherd heard, by the time he walked over, the person doing it to her had gone? What would happen then? Well, I would suppose that the girl would give the name, etc., to the shepherd, and no doubt some kind of court or something would be held, and there you go. Well, isn't it the same these days? These girls are screaming out. They're screaming out to the Watchtower, but nobody's listening to them. They go to the shepherds and they scream to them, I've been raped, or I've been this, or I've been abused. You know, that's more or less the same thing. They're screaming out. The Watchtowers just walk by. I'm sorry, nobody saw you do it. Yeah, but I'm telling you, I'm screaming at you. It's happened. You see what I mean? So,
well, Steve, that's a wonderful analogy there you're giving. Now, is this Steve from the United Kingdom?
It is, yeah.
Well, thank you for calling in. Are you calling in on the app because you're coming through very clear?
Oh, yeah. I couldn't get through before, and I spoke to Roland, and he was not on tonight, but he explained how to get on to me. So this is my first time talking on here tonight. But I've been listening for 3 months.
Oh, well, thank you, Roland. I mean, not Roland, but Steve, I thank you very much because you're really coming in nice and clear. So thank you. I always enjoy the people over there. It must be late over there in England right now.
Oh, it is. But it's worth it. It's worth listening to people.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you.
Rick, I have a comment when you get a chance.
You said earlier on you wanted some structural stories. I don't know if you want me to mention it now, or would you like to say it later?
I didn't get that. I'm sorry, Steve. What did you say?
Earlier on, when you were talking about this program, you said you were going to ask people about situations where they came out.
Oh yeah, well that's good. That's going to come on in a little bit. Will you be able to be up? Will you be able to be up for that?
I don't know. If I fall asleep, I'll just disappear in the background.
All right, no,
I'll try.
All right, see what you can do. All right, if not, we'll get you on that some other night. But if you're waking a little bit, we'll bring you on, tell you a story. Thank you.
I have one thought whenever you get a chance, Rick.
Okay, you're on with us. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Yeah, this is Ryan again. I know it was something you mentioned right in the beginning of the broadcast, and I was like, yes, absolutely. Because I've told my kids who are still in it and shun me, I said, whenever the organization falls apart at the seams, I said, just talk to me because I'll explain everything. And I know we've all been hurt by this organization, but I've learned not to take it out on the other witnesses because they really don't know any better. They're being controlled. It's the organization's problem. And when it does come apart at the seams, they're going to need a lot of our help. And to me, and I had a conversation recently because I hadn't talked with some of my old friends that I knew from back in Johnstown like 40 years ago, and they've left it, but they still have family and friends, so they haven't been disfellowshipped, so they still have association. If they knew they were talking to me, they would probably be shunned. But the thing is, and I really want to emphasize this, is the problem is, to me, the Jehovah's Witnesses are like that Ethiopian eunuch. Whenever we went there, he was trying to figure out, like, who is this Lamb of God that takes away the sin of the world? He didn't know Jesus. He had a good foundation of the Bible. The Jehovah's Witnesses have a good foundation of the Bible, and I scrapped everything I believed and started over again, and that's what I realized, that not everything was a waste of time going door to door. There was a lot of Bible truth there. But the thing is, they changed their Bible, and if they knew that they took Jesus' name out of the New Testament and put Jehovah in, and if they would put Jesus in where it was supposed to, they would have a relationship with Jesus and see him as God. So to me, the Jehovah's Witnesses are a lot like that Ethiopian eunuch, that they just don't know who Jesus is because that organization has hidden Jesus from them. And I went over this when I first left. There were some friends of mine. We used that purple Bible, the Greek Diaglott, I think was called. They had the Greek on one side and the English on the other. And I showed people who were trying to talk me back into the organization. I said, look, this is Jesus here. Why does your Bible say Jehovah? They had no answer for it. That's what it does. The organization separates them from Jesus, and they hide Jesus from them. If they knew who Jesus was, they would probably be in a lot better shape. So they're going to need our help when the organization falls apart. And I see the same thing you do, Rick. I see it coming apart at the seams, and it's only a matter of time. And the people that are in it are not going to know what to do. So even though we've been hurt by them.
What's your quartet?
Don't worry about that. Sometimes people come in unmuted, but no, I got you. No, in fact, well, amen to what you're saying. And join us sometime on Sunday. We do spiritual programs on Sunday. We don't get into the spiritual part on Saturday, but join us on the Sunday, next Sunday, not tomorrow, but beginning at 12 o'clock. Thank you, brother.
12.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I didn't understand. I didn't realize that, so I apologize. But yes, I'll save this for then.
Yeah, we'll get into the we don't. Yeah, hold on, Mary. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I've been here. Okay, I've been out of the organization for 10 years. Rick, they're ready to come out. Just a couple of days ago, I ran into an elder who has shunned me for the last 9.5 years, and he's seen me around town. And I just had a discussion with him at the post office. He actually wanted to talk to me. He's an elder. We talked for 15 minutes, and I could tell he wants out. I could just tell in his spirit. I know this elder. And you know what I said? I made a bold move. I thought, you know what? I'm already out. They already marked me. He shouldn't be talking to me like this, 15 minutes worth. And it was all on his accord. I threw it out there. I said, you know, brother, and I called him brother, even though I'm, I don't associate myself as a sister in that organization. I wanted to meet him on his level. Brother, are you doing okay? And he says, no, I'm not okay. And so I said, look, if you ever need anything, brother, you know where I live. I'm right there by the hall. You knock on my door, and me and my husband are ready to help you. And he just looked at me, and his eyes lit up. And then he's a contractor. So another couple contractors walked up and kind of interrupted us, and that was it. He gave me a hug. He even tried to fix my sweater. I was trying to put sweater on because it's getting cold here. He helped me try to put my sweater on. Y'all, these people are ready to come out. They're going to need places to go. They're going to need family, and we will be their family because we've been on this show for 19 years. So we could help them, and then once they get on board with us, trying to help others, it's just gonna explode. And then this is happening now. Anyways, thanks for letting me speak up. Thanks everybody. It's probably one of the best calls ever.
Well, thank you. Well, you're having. Well, thank you.
Zach.
All right. I just wanted to say, Mary, you did the right thing, Mary, and let them know that you're there to help them, you and your husband. Go ahead. Who's this?
Vera, I'm back.
Oh, yes, Vera. Okay, Vera. So I hope those weren't Jehovah's Witnesses knocking on your door.
No, I apologize. My daughter's having a sleepover.
Well, that's okay. That's fine. No, we want to hear from you. I want to hear you. You do a great job on your videos, and we'd like to hear what you have to say. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I know I'm controversial on my channel, but each of us came here to excavate certain things in our lives and be able to expose it. And I just, I know that I was driven to do what I'm doing. Nonetheless, it was easier for us to try to retreat back to religion, but we didn't. And that's because it wasn't our purpose to stay there. And so a lot of the things that I wanted to really go into and share with you and your audience, I'm sure you know a lot about many of these things that I speak about. Just briefly, Russell was, he spoke a lot about the Golden Dawn. I've read many of the esoteric books and things like that that are forbidden. And when you read those esoteric books and those works, the Golden Dawn, the Sumerian text, the Freemasonic writings, you find that the entire world is composed and designed with that as the hierarchy. And so every religion exists today only because they are a part of it. They exist because they've been set up to exist in order to take the masses, humanity, and put them under a delusion, under a spell. And by
exactly right.
Yeah, it's very powerful. We are all 8 billion people are under a delusion and a spell, and it doesn't matter what religion you are in. They are all designed to exist so that the time period that we are living today is possible. And this is why, if you notice, we see that there is a takeover in our government, in our world. Things are getting insane, and we can't believe that some of the things that are allowed to happen now, that are lawless by our own government, are happening today. And we have to realize that the reason that they are happening is because it has been made possible by our docility. Someone mentioned on your show how men have been effeminate. They've been made weakened. That is the idea, to weaken your will to fight. And so additionally, by compartmentalizing all of the positions of the hierarchy and our government, the way the government works, the way religion works, the way education works, the way economics works, by breaking those all up into different pieces, it stops the population from being able to understand the delusion that they are under. And when
Amen.
we see the delusion, yes. And when we understand that, we will be able to break the spell that is happening. But I don't know if that's possible because everyone is asleep. Even when people are leaving the Jehovah's Witnesses and religion, they are still asleep, and there is an emergency. There is a fire that needs to be put out. Look at what is happening on the clandestine with the government, what they are doing. It is all part of the New World Order. It is part of the New World Translation. It is part of why when you go to Bethel, there was a big giant globe there, and they tell you that one day there will be no borders. They are speaking the language of Freemasonry, and the governments are run by it.
Oh, very good. Well, there you go, Vera. I'm going to tell you, you ought to put yourself on the ballot because you get our vote. Believe me.
Yes, Rick, that's amazing that you say that, because for the first time in my life, I plan to run for some type of office, because if the good people do not run, then our children will become slaves to the future. We need to wake up.
Well, when you do run, you come on here because we're going to endorse you, because I'm telling you, everything you said is lining up with what's happening. I don't think there's a person, listening to this program that's not, well, there's many people that aren't awake, but if they're listening to this program, they're getting what's going on. I mean, the Watchtower is just a microcosm of the big guys. And the big guys, the big guys work just like the Watchtower. They're the same little tactics, the same bag of tricks, and they use the same thing. Well, very good, Vera. My goodness, that's wonderful how you feel about things, and you're an astute woman, and you keep up the good work.
Thank you. You too. We really appreciate, and we need you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Maybe I could be your running mate.
I would love it. I just moved to PA too.
No, did you really? Well, yes. PA, I know it well. Can I ask you, if you don't feel comfortable, can I ask you where? Eastern Pennsylvania somewhere?
I am in Doylestown, right near New Hope.
Oh yeah, I know it is. Yeah, I know it is. I did business down in that area. Yeah. Well, thank you, Vera.
Yeah, and really quickly, living here shows me that there is hope, but there is also a danger. And if our farms are gone, our food is gone, our freedom to produce our own food, have our own water, our ability to light a fire if there's no heat. Look at what is happening in Europe. They are not allowed to use their heat. They will be fined if they do. They are not allowed to use wood to burn a fire if they're cold. The government is portioning out who can use what to keep warm. This Pennsylvania, to me, is, for lack of a better word, God's country. It is one of the most beautiful states you can be in. They are independent. They are the farmers of this country. But little by little, the government is trying to stop the farmers from having animals. They're talking about carbon footprints and all of this green energy stuff. Those are catchphrases. Just like the Jehovah's Witnesses say, where else will we go? All of these catchphrases to arrest your development and stop you from questioning. The politics are using the same technique, and they're using catchphrases. So when you hear carbon footprint, when you hear going green, all of that stuff is a lie, because eventually using religion and the delusion they put on us, they will eventually make us dependent, and we will be robots, and we will be dependent on everything from them, and they will make our children slaves.
What
And it sounds crazy.
Well,
but we need to see the overview.
You got my vote. And listen, we have Jimmy Bell. He comes on here. Oh, he's on a little hiatus right now. He's coming back in early December, but he talks a lot about it. It's a good program. It's called The Big Picture. So by all means, you stay tuned to our little network here. You come and talk to Jimmy. I'd love to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good night, Rick.
Yeah, there you go.
Rick, I think she and I are related. I feel the exact same way. I'm right on board with that, and I'll vote for her.
Well, you know, the thing is, we all have to wake up here and smell the coffee. I mean, you can't have your blinders on. If you don't see something's wrong, I'm not going to get political here, I'm not. But if you don't see something's wrong with what's going on in America today, you got your head in the sand. You really, really do. I went down to get my car inspected here in the great state of Massachusetts, and I couldn't believe it. Prior to going down to the inspection station, my mechanic said, well, Rick, they don't do inspections like they used to. You know, you have to get a emission test. You got to get inspection safety test. He says, well, they have cameras. Before you would pull into the garage and, you know, they'd look at your car, jack it up, make sure your ball joints are good, your tires are good, all of that. But he says, oh, no, they got cameras in there now. So someone's watching, and, you know, they're watching the mechanic, the inspector, making sure he's doing a good job. So if they see something, they can see your tires, they can see, I mean, Big Brother is watching. This is getting to be like a state that, I mean, here in Mass as well as in Pennsylvania, like she just said, we have all these changes taking place too. Something's not right. All right, we appreciated Vera coming on. Boy, I'll tell you. Yes.
Can I share something about when the brother was talking about screaming, when the girl was screaming in the field and if she was hurt? It reminded me of the first time that my Uncle Brent physically, you know, RAPE'd me. And usually it was, you know, not all the way. It was the first time. And it was in my playhouse out back. And he had his machete, the same machete he killed my Aunt Jessica and the baby with. And he told me not to scream because otherwise he was going to kill me and he was going to go in and kill both of my parents. And I didn't scream. And he caused an extreme amount of damage, you know, physically, because it was of course, a virgin. And there was a judicial hearing because of it, and there were only 3 elders in the Ortonville, Minnesota congregation. My father was one of them, Tom Wood and Tom Chin. And they asked me, well, why didn't you scream? Tom Chin eventually became a circuit overseer. He just recently retired. And I said, because he said he was going to kill me and mom and dad. That's why. But I did something even better. I instead closed my eyes. I'm going to freak out. I'm going to cry. I closed my eyes and I prayed to Jehovah instead. And those brothers had the nerve to tell me that I was wrong for what I did. And I knew immediately Jehovah wasn't going to help, that he was evil or didn't exist at all. But I had extreme physical damage to my privates. And I was too scared as a little girl to even like touch down there to wash. And because I didn't, because I was so freaked out because the police were never called, it got infected and I had to go to the hospital. And those brothers and sisters said to me, aren't you so lucky, Vanessa? Like, aren't you so fortunate? Because they don't use the word luck. You should be so grateful to Jehovah that you survived what happened to you. You should be so lucky and thankful that Jehovah, stopped your uncle from murdering you and your parents. I didn't feel so goddamn lucky, and then they didn't call the police, and it was a huge cover-up. And I was made to confront my Uncle Brent in a judicial with those 3 elders, and they sent a Watchtower representative and a Watchtower lawyer to watch.
Well,
and they were the ones that were telling me of how grateful I should be to Jehovah. So awful.
Well, that is awful, but that's hard for you to share that story. Well, gee, all of our hearts go out. Everybody's silent here. And we all acknowledge that was a terrible thing for a little girl.
Lady.
Yeah.
Lovely. I
I'm so sorry what happened to you. I'm so sorry. And you know what? Thank you so much for your courage.
Thank you. So tired of that. I tried to take my own life a million times. I can't even tell you. Just having to like deal with it.
Yes, sweetie, there's so many people listening right now. And, you know, I'm going to sound corny right now, but I'm going to say it. I'm giving you a great big hug, and I'm so sorry. And you just hang in there. And there's loving people on here. I've been coming on here for 10 years. And, you know, Rick's got my phone number. If you need anything, you know, I'm a nurse, so I've seen a lot of trauma done to children. And I have PTSD from it. And I actually have treated infants from, but you know what? I love you from the bottom of my heart. Fellow witness. Rick's got my number. I never give my number out, but Rick has it. If you really do, you know, just need some support. I know you probably have therapy going on. I'm actually going through EMDR therapy right now for PTSD. It may benefit me. Well, not yet, but it's I can talk to you about it. I don't want
Rick can give you my phone number because he has my phone number too.
Yeah, I don't want to give my personal information out here because I have been kind of my feelings hurt on the show. I've shared some things on the show before and then had hecklers, and so I just want to caution you that if that happens, I want you to please know to just ignore it. It's probably not going to happen, but yeah. So I'm sorry for everything.
Really bad.
Really bad. It's designed to break you down. They got a different spirit than what you have, and we have the right one now. There's a lot of people listening, and I know you've got support. Okay, they're just too afraid to talk. Okay, because they don't know what to say. That's all. All right. Rick,
is your name Vanessa? Vanessa, is that the correct name? Vanessa, is it Vanessa?
It's Vanessa, yes.
Oh yeah, I didn't know you were talking to me. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't get. Yeah, Vanessa, I've heard you talking before. I just want to say that you're a very courageous person, and everything that you've revealed, which must have took an awful lot of courage, it's inspirational just listening to it. I'm a man. I've never obviously gone through something like that, but it's an inspiration to hear the way you're coming out and talking like that. It's incredible.
Sometimes it's embarrassing. Yeah, thank you. I get embarrassed, you know, talking about things like that.
Can I say one last thing too? This is Rick. This is Joe from Colorado.
Hey, I got your text.
Okay. I just want to tell everyone that has been a victim of this ugly corporation that I'm so sorry. And I want to let people know I was an elder for 13 years, and I know you should get past things, but I want to apologize to not only the people I hurt being a yes man for the Watchtower, but I feel so bad for the victims. And I'm not talking about just the victims that get shunned, that lose their family, friends. I'm talking about the real victims of the child molestation, women that have been beaten by their husbands. I saw that. And, you know, it's really sad that the Watchtower takes men and turns them into yes men, men that will be taught to pull the trigger at their desire. And I'm so I'm so glad I'm out of this corporation. I'm sorry that I hurt people as an elder. I never intended to do that, but I was indoctrinated as well. So I wanna just let everybody know that was on tonight or is listening. If you're a victim in any way, financially, emotionally, they took your energy, they took your youth. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but I'm not answering for the Watchtower. I just want to tell you I'm sorry for the part I played in.
I would really like you to tell her about this therapy because this is going to help her. So let me let her know what this is. I have PTSD from some trauma, and this therapy has worked for police officers, for victims, and I'm going to just say it, okay? So do you have a pen, hon?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, and I'm going to be going through it next couple of years. It's called EM as in Mary, D as in dog, R as in Robert, EMDR therapy. It's eye movement desensitization. I'm sorry, eye movement desensitization. Can't say it. Desensitization. Yeah, and reprocessing. What they're doing is they're showing me, because I worked at a county hospital and I've seen a lot of victims. I've actually taken care of victims such as yourself, even including infants, and I have nightmares. And so what they're going to do is it's going to be slow. I have to go through it for the next couple of years. I'm extremely sensitive. I'm also going to make another suggestion to you. Don't share anymore tonight, okay? You just opened Pandora's box. Please do really good self-care for the next couple of days, okay?
Okay.
And that's what any therapist would tell you. I'm not a therapist, just a nurse, but as a fellow person who's been traumatized just seeing what victims like yourself have gone through, I have nightmares. I can't imagine going through it. Look, I don't care if this is a spiritual show. I am going to be praying for you, and you are going to recover from, and you'll go on to help even more people than you already are. But please protect yourself by don't share anymore. Sharing can solicit really, it's just easy to okay. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, yes, exactly. So. And like I said, I've not gone through what you've gone through, but I've taken care of patients. Yeah, and it did a lot to my brain. And then I also was, being in the organization. But anyways, thank you so much.
If you deal with that, something I want to point out to you as a nurse, in case you see this in the future, like with Jehovah's Witness kids or something, with the abuse, I've noticed that Jehovah's Witness kids, they will get tics, rapid eye blinking. I'll get this weird blinking eye tic, which I got too, and all the other kids I knew were abused got it too. Like head shakes, almost like a Tourette, kind of like Stephen Lent, exactly like Stephen Lent.
Okay, so your neurological, I'm not a therapist, okay, so I'm not giving you advice, but your neurological system is damaged through all types of abuse. You don't even have to necessarily be touched to have it. So it sounds like a neurological stress response. And so,
yes,
and you can even, do you know that you can even die from having too much pain? Our bodies are very sensitive. So, hey, I want you to look into that, but make sure you get a woman, not a man. And when you call when you get this treatment, make sure you get the very best therapist. The first therapist.
Hey, Mary, what I'm going to do, Mary, is I'm going to give you Vanessa's telephone number, and you can talk to her about this privately, and we'll let her have some relief here. Yeah, I'll send you the number, and you can talk to her about that privately. There's a lot of information you want to share, and I want to make sure she gets it all. But it's kind of hard with people calling in and what have you. So
Rick, you have a show to run here. You're right. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you for talking to me. You're very welcome.
I'm
sorry to capitalize.
Yeah, let's
Can I,
go.
hang on, Trump? This is Ryan from Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
My heart goes out to you, and the brother who was an elder for 13 years, he put it so well, because as you were talking, I was like, I had tears streaming down my face. It's just horrible what happens to people. And the very first thing I did when I was leaving the organization is I called everybody that I knew of that was ever before me in a judicial committee, because I was on a bunch of them, and it was wrong. And I felt horrible for like anything, because, and if you would talk to my ex-wife, she would tell you like how the toll that it took on me, because it was just traumatic, and we shouldn't be put in those positions. We have no professional training. But you know, as the brother was talking, he's a brother after my own heart, by the way, wherever you are, wherever you're from, I love you. But I was just praying for the Holy Spirit to just comfort you, because it's inhumane what you had to deal with as a young person. And I was abused when I was younger, and you know, I had a daughter abused in this organization, but it pales in comparison to what you've been through. So just know that you're very courageous for what you know you've been through, and that you could talk about, because other people are going to be encouraged by that. But yeah, you'll be in my prayers. I just wanted you to know that.
Well, I think the worst part of it is that I have like this survivor's guilt, where it's like, what if I would have done something different that would have stopped my little cousin Ty from being brutally molested, and having him have to then watch, you know, his parents, my aunt and uncle, be murdered in front of his very eyes with the same machete, with the same baseball bat. Of if I could have done or said something different, or what if I would have screamed? I don't know. Of what they've done to me, of me feeling guilty that I survived, and the what if. You know, if I would have said something to the elders a little different. You know, if I would have made bigger stink. I don't know. And that's what's worse. Like,
don't beat yourself up. No, you survived. You survived. Good for you.
Well, there you go, Vanessa. There's a lot of people on here, really. I mean, on YouTube right now, and all of the platforms are on. They're all wishing you the best, and they're all saying you have a lot of courage coming on. Thank you, Vanessa. And Mary will be in touch with you. Thank you. Well, there you go. I'm glad you could speak up tonight. That was good. You could get that off your chest. That's good. Thank you. Well, anyways, folks. I mean, boy, I'll tell you. I mean, how are you gonna get through all of that? It's just amazing that you hear things on here that is good. It's like a community, and we're all here to help one another. And I'm glad that people want to step in and do that. But anyways, you're on JW World News, and we got some more stories. And then around 9:30, we're gonna go into your biggest gripe with the Watchtower, and you're gonna be able to have about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, and tell us your story. So we're looking forward to that. So why don't you hang in with us if you can? And the first person out of the chute is going to be Steve from New England, from not New England, but from England over there. So we'll see if we can't get him back on in a few minutes here. But anyways, let's continue on. I have to tell you, Robert Hendricks. Now, he's that Watchtower lawyer that we're seeing on TV a lot lately. And they now are doing, Watchtower is now doing Jehovah's Witness sponsored news segments. We call them puff pieces. And I'm going to play a video that was out in Colorado. And this video was being played, I believe it was in Denver, but I'm not sure. But I want you to listen to this news station. This is a sponsored advertisement for Watchtower. And you can see where it says sponsored. We'll go into that after I let you listen and see the video. But I want you to see this video. It's very disturbing. And Hendricks is talking about how JW.org is really trying to help people, young kids especially, from being bullied. You know, why can't he help young kids like we just had Vanessa on here talking about being molested? So he's saying how they're making a real effort to help children from being bullied. I want you to listen to this. It's a 3-minute piece, but you're going to be flabbergasted. And this guy really, I mean, he's a con man. He's a con man for the Watchtower. So let's listen to this puff piece. Let me see if I can't get it in here right now. I'm going to share it. So we're going to share the screen. And let me get this puff piece up so we can let you see exactly what's being said here. Okay. Religion, kingdom, okay. Is it this one? That's right here. All right, this is Robert Hendricks. He's a spokesman for the Watchtower. They're using him. He's a lawyer, but they're using him to come on these television stations with paid infomercials. Let's listen in right now, see if we can't get the sound up. All right. We're going to go back here at the beginning. Let me see if I can't get us. Darn it, I don't know why that's happening. Well, hang in here. We'll get him back. I want you to hear this. This is really something else. Talking about bullying. Why aren't they talking about other things? So let's listen in. Well, that doesn't give us the whole story. Let me just do this. Let me just do this. I do have another setup here. I can see if we can get in. If not, I'll tell you what Robert said. Darn it, I don't know why that happened. It cut off on me, and that's getting me upset because I wanted you guys to really see that. But anyways, let's see if we can't get in here. And at least you can hear it on this particular computer. I got 6 computers running here, but at least you can kind of hear what he was saying on that television station. Let's see if we can't get down in here right now. Just give us a second, and we'll see if we can get that up. All right, there's just a commercial playing. So when the commercial's over, it'll go right to it. So just hang in here, and you'll be hearing it very, very shortly when the commercial's over. And this is from a news station in Colorado, where Hendricks is going around evidently trying to really promote JW.org. So let's get in here and see if we can't get Hendricks on. Just give it a second. All right.
The Veterans Day sale.
It's going to come on here, right, Charlie? Just waiting for this commercial to get over. All right.
October is National Bullying Awareness Month, and if this is something you or your child is struggling with, there is a lot of help out there. Yeah, that's right. JW.org is a free resource with information on how to successfully navigate bullying without resorting to violence or retaliation, right? Here to tell us more in this sponsored segment is Robert Hendricks, the national spokesperson for Jehovah's Witnesses. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Great Day, Colorado.
Thanks for having me. Wish I was there viewing those beautiful mountains.
I know. We wish you were here too. Virtually will just have to suffice. Yes. Maybe we'll have you in studio later. But let's dive into these questions. So if you could tell us, why do Jehovah's Witnesses want to speak up about this really important issue that kids across the country are dealing with on a day-to-day basis?
Well, you just said it, right? This is a sobering topic. Children across this country, across the world are dealing with this. In fact, some data shows that from 22 to 28% of children 12 to 18 have been bullied. And bullying has a significant effect on children. I mean, at worst case scenario, we've heard of children who take their own lives. We've heard of children who are violent toward others as a result of it, and go back to bullying as something that caused that. We know that it affects them emotionally. We know that it affects their mental health. We know that bullying also affects how often they go to school and how sick they feel, their physical aspects of their life. So bullying is a topic that, because it affects so many of our children, because the effects are so egregious at times, we need to talk about it.
Agreed.
Yeah,
agreed.
Definitely agree. You know, it's a tough conversation, but what can really be done to help children going through this?
You know, when we think about the resources available on JW.org, what they help parents to do, what they help mentors to do, is start the conversation. It really is about communication. It is about putting it on the table for kids. We can't expect children to come home and say, hey, I was bullied today. They won't necessarily come home with the physical marks of bullying, perhaps like it happened 20 or 30 years ago. It's those marks inside. It's that pain that's in their heart that needs to come out. And so utilizing Beat a Bully Without Fists, which is a whiteboard animation on JW.org, utilizing some of the worksheets that are available for kids will help them do a couple of things. Number one, it will help them to talk about it and see other children in dramatizations that have been bullied, and whether there is a correlation. It will help them to be able to distinguish the difference between bullying and simply being criticized. You know, criticism is a part of life. And it's a lifelong skill to be able to deal with the fact that we do get criticized, and sometimes that criticism is not said in a way that is especially kind. And so distinguishing those two is very, very important for kids. And finally, opening that communication between a child, hopefully his parents or her parents, or a mentor. That's so important, and that's why these tools are so powerful.
Well, Robert, thank you so much for coming in studio with us today. We appreciate it. I wish we had more time with you. You're a wealth of information, but we do have a link where people can go if they do need these sort of resources. So thank you so much for being one of those resources yourself. And Jehovah's Witnesses is offering free Bible studies that can be accessed online over video conference or in person to make it easy. The Bible studies offer additional support for families coping with bullying. If you want to learn more, just go online, JW.org, and we want to say thank you again to Watchtower Bible and Tract Society of Pennsylvania for sponsoring this segment.
Can you believe that? I mean, can you believe that? Here we have a man come on. You can go to jw.org, and they're going to help you with helping you deal with your son or your daughter being bullied. What about helping people that have been abused sexually? I mean, that's 10 times worse than being bullied, right? 1,000 times worse. So they're focusing on, they're trying to show you how considerate and how loving they are to little children, but yet they're letting, the same week this is playing on bullying is the same week Attorney General Shapiro is talking about 4 pedophiles in the Jehovah's Witness religion. How sick is that? And that really got me disturbed when I heard that this week. That is not right, that the Watchtower would pull a dirty trick like that. Watchtower, I have to tell you, that's nothing but a puff piece. We know it. And right, I wanted to show you, but I couldn't get it to play on my other computer, but you heard it. But right when that Robert Hendricks was speaking, there was some text right next to him speaking, small text that said, this is a sponsored news article. Now, they're paying for that. And I'm going to tell you how much they pay because I checked it out. I checked it out at the radio television station, how much they charge. But just to give you an idea, this is the first time I ever saw it say a sponsored ad. And now people, you can hardly even see it. So what's happening here is people are coming and listening to that, many Jehovah's Witnesses, and they don't see that. And in fact, it wouldn't even be Jehovah's Witnesses, they're applauding Hendricks. Oh, isn't that nice? Brother Hendricks is, we got a website on our jw.org on how we're helping kids that are bullied. Well, help the kids that have been molested, for goodness sakes. I have to tell you, this is such hypocritical trash. Robert Hendricks, I'm telling you, he makes my blood boil. And seeing these paid, hold on one second, let me finish. So I'm just saying he's making my blood boil, and he's painting the Watchtower to be such a benevolent, such a kind organization. It isn't. This is all paid for by the Watchtower. It's masquerading as legitimate news. It should be banned. Go ahead, run with me.
Rick?
Yes.
Hello, Rick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Thomas Tosh from Lawrence, Kansas. Yeah, I was just going to say, talk about bullying. They're the ones that are the bullies. They're the ones that need the help. There's a lot of bullies outside the organization. Let me tell you, they do some incredible bullying inside the organization, far worse than many people on the outside from what I've heard and seen. A good example of that is just some of the things we heard tonight, all the pedophilia and the that one poor lady that was raped and how they hired somebody to cover it up. That is just horrible. I really feel for her. And we could go on and on about that, but it seems like to me it's more like a smokescreen for the organization. They're patting themselves on the back like they're such great people. They want all the witnesses just like, oh, what a great organization we have. And it's just horrible.
Oh, it is, Tom. It's horrible.
Rick, can I add to that?
Oh, go ahead, Joe. Yep.
Yeah, Joe from Colorado. Young witness kids get bullied, and I'm going to speak with my experience. Going to school, not being able to participate in sports, not being able to be involved in any activities, I was a target. All the witness kids were targets when it came to bullying because we were not allowed to be a part of the cool kids club. We were outcasts, and now they're doing this piece on bullying. They're the ones that cause it. And then lastly, I just want to mention I lost 3 friends to suicide, and for him to talk about how bullying can lead to suicide, I didn't see them. So this is the first time I heard this sponsored piece, but it really shows the hypocrisy. I mean, they got bigger problems than bullying, and like I said, they're the ones that cause it by not allowing young kids to enjoy activities with their schoolmates. That's one of the biggest problems that witness kids have. That's why they get bullied, because they're not allowed to be a part of a team. They're not allowed to be in any function. So I just wanted to add that.
Well, thank you, Joe. And the question I would ask. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, this is Joe in France.
Yeah, Joe in
How are
France.
you?
Yes, I'm doing good.
I'm very grateful for the show that we have tonight, and our warm regards for everyone who shared any of the deep things of their heart. Fran and I are doing what we've been taught by the Watchtower organization. We've been taught to speak out to everybody that we meet, and we're not witnessing, but we're unwitnessing. We're telling as many people as we come across, now either in our shops or on the street, when we go to the store, anywhere. We take a few minutes after we've done what we needed to do, and we ask them, do you know any Jehovah's Witnesses? And then we proceed to tell them what our experience was and is, and to let them know exactly what's going on with Jehovah's Witnesses. The only way we can basically live with ourselves after having exposed our family to the fraud and the hypocrisy and the pain that they're putting everybody through. And we've just yesterday spoke with an assemblyman, local assemblyman, to let them know and let him know if there's anything that they can do to address it to the assembly, and he's going to do everything he can for that. Again, we had our lawyer give a letter to the local congregation, just basically warning them if they do anything that bears on our name, that we'll do everything legal that we can against them. And very soon, we're working on an interview with one of the local radio stations. In fact, we'll probably be with both of the local radio stations, myself as well as David, who's been on before. There's so many things that we can do and we're striving to do. And we really, if every one of us did what each one of us can do in our own neighborhood, that would be so much more than basically just complaining about it. We've been trained to address issues in front of people. We need to do that in the worst way now.
Well said, Joe. No, I want to tell you, I'm proud of you guys. I'm proud of you and Fran. And thank you for wanting to go. Hold on one second, sister. Thank you very much for wanting to do this, Joe and Fran. Really, that's wonderful that you're doing that. And I like your style. Tell everybody, let everybody know how bad this organization is. Did you have anything else to say, Joe and Fran?
No, we our motivation is all the friends that we have in the organization that are trying to come out. Those are the ones we're thinking of, them and our family that is frankly still stuck in the organization. We have all the motivation in the world to do this. And frankly, we're not afraid of any of the losses, potential losses. There's only gains. There's only gains.
Good. Well, you're my kind of man. And Fran's a wonderful woman. And you got a great wife there, Joe. And you guys just keep fighting against this evil organization. Thank you. You made my night.
You're welcome.
Did Fran want to say something?
Hello?
Hi, Rick, really quick. Today, Joe and I were out, and we happened to see one of Joe's old return visits outside. And at first, we were just going to go by because we said, oh, dear, if we get talking, it's going to be a while. But we turned around, and we decided to stop. And he had been going through some things with his family. And we told him what we've been going through, and he couldn't believe it. And so, like Joe said, we are unwitnessing, and I really encourage any of the ex-witnesses to do the same if you can. It's really doing a lot of good in the community.
I like your style. I really, really do. You're my kind of people. Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming on and sharing that with us. Okay, I do believe we have Montreal, Canada. Go ahead, Montreal.
Hi, Rick. It's Annie from Montreal.
Hi, Annie.
Hi. Thank you for your show. And with regards to that television segment that they're being paid, the Watchtower, I had seen in another group, a European group. I don't know what that would be in American dollars, but they said that they were paying the TV station 3,000 euros a day, or 3,000 euros to broadcast this Watchtower advertisement, if you wish. So 3,000 euros, I don't know what that is in dollars, but I think it's quite a bit. And at any rate, I think it's outrageous that they're doing that. And hypocritical, really hypocritical, when they're the ones they're the biggest bullies around, you know, they're shunning, because shunning is a form of bullying. So for him to go on there and talk like that, to act as if like butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, I'm just like you said, it made your blood boil. Well, my blood pressure went up a few notches, really and truly.
Well, it did, Annie, because it wasn't, it's just subterfuge. There's bigger fish to fry. Here we have kids being molested all over the world, and they're being investigated.
Exactly.
They're going to prison. People are being brought in before juries and grand juries, and he's talking about bullying? Come on.
Yeah.
Yes.
They are so sneaky the way but I think it's also a case of they're getting desperate. I don't know if the card work or whatever you call it is not working. So they're trying, their television stations trying to promote themselves, basically. And yeah, I'm disgusted.
Well, they're desperate.
So
they're really desperate. And I did get information from the television station that they were on, and that's like $2,000 to $3,000 for one spot like that. $2,000 to $3,000. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, it's outrageous.
Yeah.
One last comment on it.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Oh.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Annie, very much for coming in from Montreal, Canada. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you for your show. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
Go ahead, Joe.
Rick, one last comment before I go. I worked a 12-hour shift today, so I'm going to call it quits, but I want to share one example of elder bullying. I was asked to go to the back room, of course, with another elder. I didn't know what was going on. He needed a second witness. So I go back there, and he had a young man. He was a baptized kid. He was about 15. And he didn't brief me on anything, but this young individual, this young brother, supposedly had got involved in some marijuana, smoking marijuana. And anyway, he didn't brief me on it. So I go back there. And so this elder, his name was Larry, he starts grilling this poor kid. And he actually gets him and pulls him out of his chair and pushes him toward the wall. I had to get between the elder. And the elder said, I'm going to knock you on your effing ASS. And I told Larry, I said, what are you doing? That's bullying. That happened in the back hall. And I was already on my way out, but that is what you see in the back room. And I know others have experienced that where elders yell at them, they cuss at them. But I was so shocked when he grabbed that kid, threw him up against the wall. He wanted a confession. And if I would have got between him, I believe he would have slapped him. And let me tell you, he did say that. He said, I'm going to knock your ASS. And it really bothered me. That is true bullying. So, but in conclusion, I'm going to leave it on a good note. I just want to say that the individuals that are doing the unwitnessing, I've been doing a lot of that as well. And it's working. So I just want to leave it on a positive note. Hey, Rick, thanks. Thank everybody. I'm gonna head out.
All right. Well, you be safe, Joe. You take it easy. Thanks for coming on and being with us. We really love you, buddy. Thank you.
Hello, Rick.
Yeah, let's do this. We do have, I believe we have England coming in. I think that's Steve once again. Steve, go ahead.
Oh yeah, Rick. Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that news report because, ironically, one of the first things that he said was the key was to communicate. Now, obviously, a bully picks on somebody who's weaker than them, smaller than them. You know the scenario. We've all seen it in school. But basically, it's when somebody who's in authority or in a higher position or physically stronger, they pick on somebody who's less than they are in that sense. So, and that's exactly what happens when people get molested or raped. They're picked on, they're bullied. Now, this guy, for the Watchtower, his main thrust and thought was the secret, or there's a real need to communicate. But if these people communicate about what's happened to them, they just get shut down. Where's the communication in that? There is none.
Well, you're right. No, in fact, I mean, you were listening intently. That's good. I didn't pick up on that, but right, communicate. They don't listen to you. They push you right out the back door. You know, leave it in Jehovah's hands. We're not going to talk about it. You know, that's what they do. Well, thank you, Steve. My goodness, you're up there late in England. Yeah, go ahead. You're on with us.
Hey, Rick, it's Dan. I enjoyed the show tonight. Really good show.
Thank you.
But I tell you, that guy, I wish I had a warning when that Hendricks guy came on. That you told us to go get our vomit bags. Because it's not bad. I mean, I feel it. Everybody just wants to vomit across the room because we know the intention of Watchtower is bullshit. That is pure bullshit, that guy. You could feel it in your gut. It was like, I almost start choking. Like, man, go get me a barf bag. This guy's so fake. The news lady was fake. I mean, other than she got paid or somebody got paid a hell of a lot. But Rick, you read it. Your soul reads it and feels it. And it's just like, man, honest to God, I thought I was going to puke. I thought, man, this guy is just making it up. And you know it's a distraction. You know it's propaganda, paid propaganda. And it's, like you said, somebody said, somebody was watching, the witnesses are watching and going, wow, look at him talking about bullying. And Yeah, you know, and we're just choking because we know, like you said, here you got pedophilia, you don't talk about it, you can't question. It's a joke. Anyway, Rick, I just wanted to say that. Thanks for the show.
Oh, you're welcome. No, in fact, I'm glad you noticed that. But no, I was boiling. I was boiling listening to that guy. No, it really did. In fact, it just gave me a sick feeling all throughout that this guy is just doing this to grab attention away from all the other news that these guys are caught into.
It's got to be demonic.
Yeah.
Because I felt like vomiting. Other people said they got sick to their stomach. There's something. It's because, Rick, when your intention is below the line of integrity, you're working with the devil. It's the truth. If you have made integrity your truth, that the truth that'll set you free. If you haven't made integrity your truth, then you're working with the devil. And that's why we felt sick. I go, man, the last time you played a clip from him, I wanted to vomit. I was like, oh my God, this guy's disgusting. And he's making his round. And Rick, there's nobody home. He's conscienceless. He don't give a shit about nobody. He's just a Watchtower maniac. He's just a paid puppet. And who likes a paid man? Who likes a man that isn't a man? Who likes a man that's just a player for Watchtower? I get that feel, man, Rick, I get goosebumps, I get chills, my hair stands up. I'm like, this guy's disgusting. But thanks for bringing him to our attention. It's like they say, they're desperate.
Oh.
If they use a pig like that guy's a pig. Hendricks is a pig. I know I'm going over the edge.
Well, he sent many people over the edge. He really, really did. You know, when a guy comes on, and I wish the video would have played, but you could hear the sound as well. But if the video was playing, he's a con man. He's a con man.
Yeah.
And they get these two, pretty newscasting, young women. And how wonderful it was. We have, an official of the Watchtower on. And then at the end of the commercial, they're talking about how you can have a Bible study. For God's sakes, who wants to study with them? Jeez.
Get our birth bags. Tell us to get our birth bags.
Oh, yeah.
Time. Anyway, that's it.
I'm with you. All right.
Sorry.
Hello, Rick?
The last time I got triggered like that was when Stephen Lett said on the broadcast that the fact that they protect paedophiles is a bold-faced lie. And the time before that was in the Canadian elder, who was an attorney. He said, oh no, when people are disfellowshipped, all normal, what's the words he used? Just home life, all normal home life is exactly the same.
Yeah.
They're just liars.
Oh, they lie through their teeth, Steve. They lie through their teeth. Oh, well, it was good. I'm glad you're coming on here tonight. We're really enjoying your company. Thank you, Steve. I think we had, was that Mia T? Did I hear Mia T out there? I think she was, yeah.
Yes, I'm hanging in.
Yeah.
I'm loving this. This is so good. Dan he blew me away. He's incredibly honest.
Well, Dan has passion and commitment. I mean, this guy, he's a pit bull.
Oh, yeah.
He's a pit bull.
Well, here's what I'm sitting back listening to all of this. And I'm like, wait a second. That was me 10 years ago. On witnessing.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah, I remember.
And it was pretty darn close to when you did the Warwick protest that we came up with that phrase.
That's right. I remember.
Yep. So anyway, now I'm just having a blast. I'm just sitting back here enjoying it.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the program.
This is a generation that came up. These are people who just woke up, Rick. And I woke up, 30 years ago? You 25 years ago?
Oh, no, actually, 15 years ago.
It's so fun just to listen to them.
Oh, yeah, no, it really, really is. In fact, I'll tell you, when you first wiggle your way out, you're kind of angry. But I'm finding this all humorous. I'm really finding this. It's a big joke for this guy to come on and do that. He's not pulling the wool over my eyes. And everybody that's been out of the organization, they can see this guy lying through his teeth. Thank you, Mia T.
Yeah, we've seen it all.
Thank you.
We've seen it all.
Well, thank you very much, Mia T. Always good to hear from you. Appreciate it. All right. Well, I'm going to ask you a question. Here's the question. I want you to raise your hand. If you were the target of bullying for being in this cult growing up. So let's see if you want to raise your hand out there. Well, it looks like we got a few people raising their hands on YouTube. Oh yeah, they're raising their hands all right. I mean, really, how were you not bullied? We were all bullied, and even as adults were being bullied. As a matter of fact, one person gave me some information today that I wanted to share with you. He was bullied. In fact, he says he lost one of his brothers, fleshly brothers, because of Jehovah's Witness bullying. And then he says, he had a shun. He was shunned by his own sister for 20 years because he couldn't talk to her. She was an apostate. Now his children as well are shunning him and his wife. So, bullying goes on. And what's the definition? Well, let me give you the definition of bully. A blustering, mean, or predatory person who, from a perceived position of relative power, intimidates, abuses, harasses, or coerces people, especially those considered unlikely to defend themselves. And I've had so many people come on this program that were disfellowship, and they treated them like dirt. And they treated them like that for a long time, sitting in the back of the Kingdom Hall. Nobody talks to you. Your relatives and friends just go the other way when they see you coming. That is bullying. And the Watchtower knows that bullying can result in suicide. Jehovah's Witnesses have that down pat. They know the bullying science, and they know how it works, disfellowshipping. That is the ultimate bullying tactic. So I'm so disappointed that this organization can come out and do a talk on a sponsored program like an infomercial and tell the world how great they are and how they are trying to help children that are bullied. And not only that, do you remember a few years back when all of us apostates were called mentally diseased? Wouldn't you put that in the classification of bullying? Wouldn't you? I mean, you look at, let's all go back to what I always think of the schoolyard. I think of us in the schoolyard. There were always bullies, right? Oh, Ricky, your mother wears combat boots. Oh, you're a mental guy. I mean, that's what they would do. So here's the Watchtower using the same tactics. We were called mentally diseased because we weren't wanting to be involved with the Watchtower. So that is certainly something that's a hateful practice. And here's the Watchtower coming out and saying how they recognize bullying and they're there to help. And not only that, it's not just trying to help the Jehovah's Witnesses. What this organization is trying to do is attract people from the world that are coming in. Oh, isn't that wonderful? The Jehovah's Witnesses, they're trying to help our little children from being bullied. Let's get in there and listen. What a crock of baloney. This whole advertisement, it reeks desperation. That Robert Hendricks, in that advertisement for the Watchtower, that reeks desperation, really. And all I can see is, please, please, please come to jw.org. Isn't that something? You're on with us. You want to say something? Go ahead. Wow, I'll tell you, I mean, we have got a really, well, we got a lot of things going here tonight. Well, we got some more news, but, I'm going to kind of, well, I might save it for next week. I wanted to talk about some other things, but we have a lot of people coming through the program here tonight. But yeah, I just wanted to, well, I wanted to play you something. We've heard a lot of lies. So I'm going to go through some of the Watchtower lies that we have all heard and what the biggest lies are. But before I do that, I had a relative of mine. He wrote a song. Do you remember the Bye Bye Miss American Pie song? Well, I had a relative of mine write a song, and you listen to the words about the Watchtower lie. I'm going to play you the song, and then we're going to talk about some of the biggest lies that we have been told in the Watchtower. And then I want to have some people come on and give them 5 or 10 minutes to tell their little story on how they disconnected from the Watchtower. But listen to this song. I think you'll find it really, really fascinating. Well, we're going to stop right there on that one. For some reason, we're having some issues with it. Looks like on YouTube, but the sound is the sound out there. Can anyone hear me right now speaking? The sound out on YouTube. That I don't know why. Can anyone hear me? Well, can anyone hear me on yes.
Sometimes they'll turn the music down if they think it's copyrighted. You know, they just want to pick up the vibe in YouTube or Facebook will turn it down or muffle it or whatever. So that's why they don't have stuff.
Okay, no, that could very well be. Yes,
Yeah, it's coming across fine on the telephone.
the telephone's good. Yeah, it's just YouTube. Sometimes they, like Dan just said.
Yeah, YouTube is maybe the copyright on the American Flag song.
Yeah, even though we changed the terms and the words.
But I remember that a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's very clever.
Yeah. Well, it's a good song. It's a shame that YouTube has to do this. That's why we run a number of other platforms as well. But anyways, the song was good. It's all about Russell and how he was a con man. So we're kind of sad that it wouldn't play, but that's okay.
I think I got the gist.
Yeah, you got the gist. That's good. Well, thank you, Mia. Okay, so now what we're going to do, let's just, we're talking about Watchtower lies. And what were some of the biggest lies that the Watchtower actually told us? I think the biggest lie, well, I'll save the biggest lie for last, but, they always told us Jerusalem was destroyed in 607. Well, that was a lie. It was 587 that Jerusalem was really destroyed. And then they always said that here's another big lie. And maybe you guys can think of some big lies too. But they always would tell us too that, well, when we disfellowship someone, that shows that we love that person. What a lie that is. I mean, really, make the person almost want to commit suicide by just fellowshipping, and that's a loving arrangement from Jehovah God. I mean, really, how can you really possibly even think that would be a loving arrangement? And how about the Watchtower and Jehovah's Witnesses? Oh, we love people. We love people. We don't shun people. Of course they shun people, but they don't think so. The Watchtower on their website, when I checked it it wasn't recently, but the last time I checked about shunning, they said, well, we really don't shun, we avoid. Well, that's kind of a lie. That's a bald-faced lie too.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in on that, disfellowshipping, coming back. When you come back to the Kingdom Hall, you've repented. You've already turned around. You've already walked back in the hall. So what is the idea of walking in and then being sentenced, as we know, to the back of the hall for a year to 10 years, and then being rejected, usually after your first letter? It is to break you. It is to break you, and it's to tell the other people in the congregation. This is why it's not loving. This is the harshest of all punishments that you could do, is to put a man in solitary confinement in the back of the hall in an invisible cage and tell people, look at that freak. What did he do? Oh, he did this, he did that. He already repented. He turned around. Now, here's the danger. Here's why I'm saying break you. Break you. Watchtower wants to bust you to pieces. And here's why. Because if you have the courage to turn around, throw your hat in the hall and say, hey, brothers, I screwed up. I got involved with this lady. I'm really sorry. You are vulnerable. You are vulnerable. You came back into your heart. You came before the brothers. And what do? Wash you. Wash you. Break you. Make a mockery of you. To sit in the back of a hall, Rick, for 1 year. I mean, you don't put your kids in timeout for a year. You don't put people in timeout. You don't put people in prison for years for offenses like smoking pot or whatever they do. So why would you put Go ahead. Yeah, but why would you put a man in the back of the hall for 1 year other than to emotionally beat the shit out of him, emotionally tell people, look at the freak, and then make him be so humble, so broken, and then write a letter and say, no, you need more work to be fit repentance. You know what I mean? You are destroying, Rick, this is beyond abuse. This is destroying a man's soul. He's most vulnerable. It's like going to a girl when you broke up and say, hey, baby, I'm sorry. You think I could get another? No, you're broken. So why would they want to break people? The prodigal son, when he came back, he said he was looking for him. Oh my God, here it comes. Run over, give him a hug. Oh my God, love on him. No, not Watchtower, quarantine him. All we were ever asked is to turn around. Turn around. So when a man walks back in that hall, all he's supposed to do is turn around. And everyone says, man, you were lost, you're found, you're home, God's blessed. Oh my God, let's celebrate. But Watchtower wants to break you. Watchtower wants to brand you. Watchtower wants to make you a special thing in front of a hall, a mockery. And they want to let the people in the hall know, don't you ever do what this man does. Don't you ever cross us, because you're going to be back there just like this freak is for a year or two. And we know those people go out in the parking lot, they cry, they sit out there and they say, why won't they let me come back? I mean, they're begging. But Rick, this is a broken heart. This is a man that's vulnerable. Now, what do you do with a heart that's stomped on? When a person opens his heart and you stomp on it with your boots and you say, no, you're going to be made a freak. You're going to be put in the back of the hall. What happens to that brother? I'm going to tell you what happens to him. You almost destroy him. By the grace of God, he lives. And how dare Hendricks go on there and talk about bullying? It's the sickest, worst punishment you can have is shunning. Anyway, that's it, Rick.
Well,
Angela?
Did Angela want to say something?
Rick wants to, come and tell Rick. Here, she wants to say something.
Oh, yeah, no, I heard it. Yeah, let's hear you, Angela.
No, I just wanted to say that I do know, and we're aware that they now, when you come back, they do welcome you back and applaud, apparently. They've changed it back.
They did.
I don't know. Did you hear that, Rick?
I haven't heard it, but I can believe that would be the case, yes. Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for letting me know that. Thank you, guys. Always good to hear from you. We got people that miss you.
Yeah.
They love you. Thank you.
We're always here, Rick. We're always listening.
Good, thank you.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Stephen. I think one thing that I learned, and I was discussing about, was the true nature of the cross. If you go to that reasoning book, you try to define why you did that, you don't believe in the cross. And they reference this one book. And according to the book, it says that the way they use the ellipsis, they completely changed what that author was saying in that book. He was saying that by the time Jesus came on the scene, the Romans would have executed with 3 orientations of a cross. So it's not a question of whether Jesus died on a cross. The only question is which orientation was he placed on the cross. And yet Watchtower, knowing that, completely takes that line from that book, uses an ellipsis, and gives a complete opposite opinion that Jesus didn't die on a cross.
Yeah, so they're lying. That's one of the big lies too, Stephan, is, Jesus died on a stake, not a cross. That's a big, well, thank you for sharing that with us. Thank you. I mean, there's so many lies. Also, I mean, here's another big lie from the Watchtower. We don't protect pedophiles. That's a big lie. They'll come on and tell you that, including a governing body member. Oh, we don't protect pedophiles. So, there's a lot of lies. The Watchtower 1975, that was a lie. They told us it was going to end the system, all of these things. But I'll tell you, the biggest lie of all that the Watchtowers told us is we have the truth. We have the truth. That's the biggest lie right there. So I want to share some of those lies with you. And they're continuing to lie and not acknowledge. Yes, go ahead.
This is Thomas Hutch, Lawrence, Kansas.
Yes.
I have a couple of them. This one that I was thinking about was, I believe it was 1990. They said Jesus sat on his throne and judged all the religions of the whole wide world. And my goodness, they found one that really has the truth, and that's Jehovah's Witnesses. And that was one of the biggest bald-faced lies. There is nowhere in any Bible that would ever point to the Watchtower Society as being the only true religion. But yet they got the JWs to believe it. I don't know where they just made it up, And then Matthew 24:45, it's, this is a faithful, discreet slave. That's one little scripture. It has nothing to do with them being the faithful, discreet slave. They messed that one up too.
Yes, they did. Good job with that one. That's a good one. That's one of the biggies. Yes, go ahead.
Yep. Quick thought. I think the biggest lie they ever told is that Jesus, Heavenly Father, Yahweh, directs Jehovah's Witnesses organization, that everything that the Watchtower does comes right from God himself. Big, rotten, stinking lie. Thanks, Rick.
Well, Dick, that is one of the biggest, that God's channel is the Watchtower. That is one of the biggest lies. You're right.
I have one.
Go ahead, Mia T.
We have the only true Bible.
Yeah, well, they do. They do say that. They do say that is the most false Bible they'll probably buy. Really, is the New World Translation.
They inserted Jehovah 140 times. I know I'm exaggerating a little bit, but because they did that, they said we have the only true Bible.
Well, let me tell you something. You're not exaggerating one bit. 140 times. How about 7,000 times throughout the scriptures? I'm serious. They inserted the word Jehovah 7,000 times where it shouldn't have been.
Oh my!
Yeah, it's that many. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, these are all lies.
Okay, keep them coming. Keep them coming. You guys are doing great.
Oh yeah, no. In fact, I have to tell you that there's so many of them. Well, sometimes some of the lies that we caught them in. Well, we caught them in a big lie here tonight with Hendricks. You're also lying when you omit the truth. You don't bring the truth out. So here we have Hendricks.
We were taught so well, Rick.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah, well, here we have Hendricks, leaving the idea that he left us with bullying's bad, but didn't talk anything about them addressing the pedophilia problem. So there's a lot of lies. Millions now living will never die. That was another lie. Yeah. The 1914 generation that would not pass away. Jeez, I mean, that's the gift that keeps on giving. Really, they told us all of these things. They told us that, this generation would never pass away. And, that's not the truth. They've all passed away, really. So.
I got one.
Yeah, you got one? Go ahead. Go ahead. You got a lie for us? Go ahead.
Yeah. It's okay. I was thinking about a lie that's particularly awful, I think. I don't remember. I can just about remember in 1975. You know, my parents were baptized in 72. I was very young, but even at a young age, I remember all the, you know, all the positivity and all the talk that was going around. And of course, since then, I've seen the publications that the society wrote, and the way that they wrote it, it was obvious that they were pointing to 1975. Talks from the platforms are talking about, and I'm talking about the district level, not just the circuit level. In fact, from a district convention, a man said there, stay alive till 75. I've actually heard that on that tape. But in a recent broadcast, we saw how the society twisted it round to say that it was a few overactive Jehovah's Witnesses that got caught up in it, and you know, they even started selling their houses, and they even started doing this and that. And they're selling the houses and the pioneering and all that, and giving things up in the world. They were praised for doing it at the time. People were brought up onto the platform at the assemblies and used as examples. You know, so it was the Watchtower that was behind it. That's where that information came from. And yet recently, in the last 6 months or so, there's a broadcast where they dramatise this brother who has been so faithful over the years. He was talking to his grandson, who was about 17 or 18 or whatever. And he used that as an example, you know, he stuck to the organisation. And then that, you probably all remember it, and in that dramatisation, they were basically blaming all of the rank and file for overthinking the situation, when it was them that started it. I think that's despicable. That's not just a lie, that's just despicable.
That's what they do. It is despicable. Well, thank you, Steve. My goodness, always those are some good lies there. Really some good lies. Who else is on with us? We get some new callers, it looks like. We have, who'd like to speak up? You're on with us. Area code.
How about this one, Rick?
Okay.
We have more money going out than we do coming in. That's a quote.
That's right. Well, Stephen Lett said that. Stephen Lett said,
yeah.
Yeah. He's
that one might actually be true. With the lawsuits.
I'm hoping that you have something on your program about the town of Fishkill and Tuxedo. And in Tuxedo, why are they're buying up all these houses? So I'm trying to check into that.
Are they doing that, sister? Is that what you heard? They're buying a lot of houses up there, huh?
I heard that, yeah.
Well, something fishy is going on up there. Something fishy is going on up in that neck of the woods. I'm telling you, I don't think we're getting the whole story, and we might talk a little more about it next week. My wife has been doing some research on it, but it's a little too premature to announce it tonight, but maybe next week we'll bring it up. Something doesn't pass the smell test up there in Ramapo.
Well, the town of Fishkill does not want the witnesses in there, but I've gone on YouTube and saw some town meetings, and so I don't know what's going to happen, but maybe we can research it and have it on your program sometime.
Yeah, in fact, do you like doing research?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, check this out. I mean, I'm just going to throw this on the table. I mean, I'm just going a million miles an hour here. But they are trying to, somewhere in the state of New York. But friends, don't take this to the bank and cash it. This is only what I heard. And we'll discuss it more next week. But maybe we're going to have some people do some research on it. But I came across my desk here this week. And it's concerning, there's that they're trying to make a one world religion. Now, you know, they're trying to make a lot of things one world, a one world currency, one world economy. And so we've heard they're trying to make a one world religion, and they are breaking ground somewhere in New York for the headquarters for this one world religion. Now, I'm not saying it's Watchtower, but boy, it certainly is kind of coincidental that we have this mega studio center with 624 apartments, and now they're buying houses up, like you say, sister. Something doesn't smell good in Ramapo, I'll tell you.
Yeah, something's not right there, but
Yeah.
we'll try to figure it out. Thanks, Rick.
Thank you.
Hey, Rick?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I've been following this globalist thing for a couple of decades now. So give me a call sometime.
All right. Well, Jimmy Bell, he'll be back on. Now, he talks about this, so you want to tune in when he comes back. He's going to come back somewhere around December 14th, 15th. And his program, he deals with...
Yeah.
But I'll call you anyways. I'll call you and ask you about it. Okay.
Hey, Rick, I have one.
Okay, I want to hear it.
Rick?
I want to hear it.
Okay, this is about the faithful coming back. They lied about that.
Oh, yeah.
In 1925, they lied.
Oh, there you go, Beth Sareem. They lied about that.
Yeah.
They lied
Beth
about
Sareem,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. What they did is Rutherford bought that mansion saying it was for the faithful patriarchs, but he bought it for himself.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Sister. Well, thank you for joining in and giving us that. We love to hear Watchtower lies. We really, really do.
I have another one, Rick.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
This is Stephen again.
Yes,
That
sir.
teaching about the great crowd. When you get off the hamster wheel, JW, and you just read the Bible, it's very clear that when Jesus was talking about a great hell, that's not of this fold, that he was simply talking about non-Jews. And what happens right after Jesus is executed? Paul and Peter began witnessing and bringing in non-Jews. And that's very important because we've been taught all of our lives, those of us who are not of the quote-unquote anointed, that you're just of the other sheep, your hope is earthly, the Bible's not written for you, Jesus didn't die for your sins, so that encompasses all of that, all one great big lie.
Well, there you have it. Boy, I'll tell you, I mean, I'm really surprised you guys have got into that lie. I mean, we know so many Watchtower lies, it's unbelievable. So, yeah, what am I? Yes, Susan.
I had a couple. One was that's okay. I'll let someone else talk.
All right. Well, when you get it, you come right back and tell us. We want to hear it. But no, but lies. I mean, the Watchtower is famous for lying. They really, really are. I mean, when we were in there, they lied through their teeth. They really, the Watchtower study, that was nothing a total lie, wasn't it? And I mean, they would really, well, I won't get into all of that, but I mean, there's a lot of Watchtower articles that just were not telling us the truth either. Well, you're on, Jay.
Rick, I remembered what I wanted to say.
Go ahead, Susan. I want to hear what you have to say for your lies. Yeah.
Okay. Well, one of the lies is that Jesus is Michael the Archangel. There's not one scripture in the Bible that says that. They made that up. They pulled that out of the air. And they also took out the first part of John chapter 8 about the woman that was caught in adultery.
Right.
And they brought her to Jesus. And he said, go and sin no more. The reason they took that out is because it shows mercy to a sinner. They didn't like that.
Well, those are good lies. Those are good lies. I mean, those are scriptural lies, and there's tons of them. I mean, boy, you could fill a freight train with those. So, yes, you're next. Go ahead.
Okay. Jehovah lives on the star Alcyon.
Yes.
The bumps on your head determine the depth of your spirituality. And the size of a man's nose will determine if he has judicial capabilities.
Well, I never heard that one, but I mean, does a big nose mean?
Yeah, that was Russell's teachings.
Wow. Yeah, in fact, I did hear that if a man had the head of like a dog, if his head was shaped like a dog, that he would have been very, very easy to accept the truth. That's another lie. I mean, how can we possibly believe all of that? But I guess but I never heard about. I heard about Alcyon, but some of this stuff as a witness you never really heard about. How about miracle wheat? What about miracle wheat? That's another lie they told. And he was selling that through the Watchtower magazines. You buy these seeds that were supposed to be miracle seeds, and they'd give you wheat like you couldn't believe. So that was a lie too. A lot of those lies back then. Yeah.
I got something that I can only do the first part of it, and maybe somebody here could fill in the details.
Sure.
I'll start you off by saying that I think I know the answer, but I don't know it well. So I'm hoping somebody can finish it off. I think it was back in the 80s, was it, or in the 90s, where we stopped selling the magazines. We were giving them away for free. And it was
they were made to do that. They were made to do that because they're not supposed to make money off of it.
That's right. It was something to do with the case involving Swaggart, wasn't it? The TV evangelist at the time. And they were going as representatives for him because obviously that was going to set a precedent. As I say, I don't know all the details, but I've been told.
Can you hear me, Rick?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you. Let the brothers.
Because it had to do with if you're going to claim to be a nonprofit, you can't be making money. And I don't know what anybody else did. This might sound horrible, but that 5 cents for each magazine, I considered it that it was it went toward my gas money. Did anybody else do that, or did you put it in the contribution box?
I put nothing in the contribution box.
We were told that as when we were pioneering, we were told that just covered the costs. There was no profit on it; it just covered the costs.
I put it in my pocket.
No.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. You're on, little sister. Go ahead.
Hi.
Yes, Annie from Montreal. What are you thinking, Annie?
Yeah, I have two. Well, that I can think of. Beth Sarim.
Yeah.
The one in San Diego.
Right.
All the faithful, Jacob, Abraham, whoever else was supposed to come back and be resurrected.
Yeah.
And Rutherford used it as his private mansion, and basically a total lie. And what was the other one? I almost forgot. Well, millions now living will never die.
Yes, yes.
God's name for one thing, for another thing, so that's not God's name at all, Jehovah. And okay, there was another one I forgot.
Well, no, that's good enough. That day I give you the 3 is good. But you got me thinking when you're talking about Rutherford. Remember back in 1918, Rutherford and some of his head honchos, they went to prison in Atlanta, and they were saying they went to prison because they were preaching and the government didn't like it. That was a bald-faced lie. They went to prison because they were encouraging people in their finished ministry book about not going into war. That was going against the Espionage Act. You couldn't do that in publications. You couldn't discourage people from going into the war and being drafted. But they put it in there, and that's why they went to prison. They never told the witnesses that.
No, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And there's so many lies that you have to, you don't even know where to start. I mean, somebody already mentioned Michael isn't like Jesus is not Michael the archangel.
No.
So that definitely not.
Well, how about Annie? Let me ask you a question, Annie. You've been in the so-called truth for many years. I'm glad you're out. But did you ever have aluminum pans?
Aluminum? No.
Well,
no.
I don't know if anyone remembers it or not. But you weren't.
Is that from Star Trek?
Oh well, no, you weren't supposed to. The organization, I don't know about up in Canada, but at least here in the United States, they had articles about don't eat out of aluminum pans because,
pants. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I understood pants.
Oh, pants. Okay.
I'm very sorry. Oh, no.
Well,
I'm really sorry.
I get you. That's okay. Aluminum pans. Yeah, aluminum pans. That's funny.
I just remembered. Sorry, I just remembered women's brains are smaller than men's. That was
oh yeah.
Face lie.
Yeah, that was Heard that said that. That was governing body Heard that said that.
Right?
Yeah, that's a bald-faced lie. That's not true. Women's brains aren't smaller. Jeez, nuts. Yeah.
Anyway, okay, I'll let somebody else.
All right. Well, hey,
Thank you, Rick.
we got some more lives.
Hello, Rick.
We got a sister on there first, and we'll get the man. Do we have more lives from the Watchtower? Yeah.
I do. I mean, I know of a couple.
All right, go ahead, Debbie.
One came through to my mind when you said about the aluminum pans. I remember they said that hot dogs made out of blood or had blood all in them, and you were only supposed to eat Oscar Mayer hot dogs and boil them for 10 minutes, because they were the only brand that didn't have blood in them. Or at least that's what my mother always told us at the Watchtower Society did. And the other thing that affects a whole lot of us now in our general age group is that you don't have to worry about saving anything for the future, because you're not going to need it anyway, because Armageddon's just right around the corner. So many of us are totally on Social Security with no savings and no investment, nothing safe for retirement. And right now, I'm on Social Security disability, and I meet those requirements of 200% below poverty level. And I think a lot of us in our general, the greatest generation, quote unquote, those of us in that area were definitely affected by not having any savings or retirement plans.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was a big lie. We were supposed to be in the new system, Debbie. Well, thank you, Debbie, for chiming in. Thank you. Also on YouTube here, I see a lot of people. I like this one on YouTube. How about Smurf dolls? From Bob Roberts. Smurf dolls might get possessed by demons and move on their own. That was a lie. We heard all kinds of stuff like that. Or clothing you buy at the Salvation Army could have demons in them. These are all phony baloney stories. Are you on with us? Yuma, Arizona. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, thank you. It's been many years since I talked to you. I got 2 politicians in my family. I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness elder. I served for 15 years in Yuma. And they kicked me out, qualifications committee, just like the mafia. When they come kill you, they come to you right to your face. The circuit overseer, we were out in service, and he goes, Jesse, we're going to have a qualifications committee on you tonight, because my son was in high school wrestling. They got me, he was in Yuma High Wrestling. That's what they got me on, to remove me. They wanted me out because I was always talking about Jesus. So, but they finally got me out on that. Can you believe that? Because my son was in wrestling.
That's unbelievable.
After we dedicated our whole life, we built Kingdom Halls. Me and my little brother Gilbert, we built Kingdom Halls. We raised money. We killed ourselves and they just treat you like but anyways, I got to tell you the big story. I didn't leave until I got my family out, the ones I could get out. And my sister-in-law, she's running for legislative district number 23 here in Arizona as a Republican. She was fighting some of the things going in the school districts, with the children and the transgenderism and males using girls' locker room. So she's doing a run for the Arizona State House, and it looks real promising. LB23, if anybody wants to look her up. She's the only Republican in a sea of Democrats.
Can I say something here?
Yeah, go ahead.
I thought he made you up.
No, and you know what? Here's another thing.
I really thought Gilbert had made you up.
No. Well, it was me and Gilbert served as elders here. Yeah, he's my little brother. Gilbert's my little brother, and we raised here in Yuma in the Spanish congregation, and we were both Primos at the same time. But listen, I love my brother Gilbert. I'd give my life. It's hard to say how much I love my little brother, my whole family, but the Jehovah's Witnesses are so strong. We never told each other that we were apostating. We were afraid. We were even afraid. Me and Gilbert ate out of the same plate when we were babies. But the Jehovah's Witnesses are so strong. We were being apostates in secret. I even called Rick way before Gilbert did, years before Gilbert, and I told him about my little brother. but we were afraid that we would rat each other out like North Koreans, like Nazis. You know, so that's the fear that witnesses have.
Unbelievable. Do you remember this, Rick?
Oh, well, no, in fact, I kind of do, but you know, I think he invented a new word here tonight. And I like it. I like the new word, apostating.
What's that word?
Apostating.
Yeah, we were apostating.
You guys were apostating.
You know what? We were like, yeah, we were apostating. Like, let me give you an example. When I was an elder, I would listen to apostate videos like West Coast, Jehovah's Witness, ex-Jehovah's Witness West Coast, and on YouTube. So I have to go into the shed and listen to it in secret, like you would if you were living in the Soviet Union. You know, like that's how it was. So I call it apostating. We were apostating, but I would tell Gilbert little things.
Earlier. Did you hear? Gilbert did tell him earlier.
Yeah, I talk to him every day. We're gonna do a live broadcast a little bit later on tonight, and in his GG for GB channel. But I wanted to share my sister-in-law came out with us, and the elders have not disfellowshipped none of us. I protest on the streets, on the main street of my town, in front of the Kingdom Hall, during the whole pandemic. I fly the American flag and the Christian cross, and they won't disfellowship me. Like Gilbert says, what do we got to do to get disfellowship? My sister-in-law is running for legislative district. She has signs all over. She's a Jehovah's Witness. They won't disfellowship her. So you have to fight them. You have to punch them in the face and make them disfellowship you. You have to hit them hard, and you have to treat them like an I can't even say it because I'm a gentleman, but you have to treat them hard.
Right.
And,
the TV for a governing body. They need to remember that.
Well,
yeah, it has to be like that. Remember the Titans. Let them remember that they.
Well, you must be you must be proud of your sister-in-law and proud of Gilbert. I mean, you got politicians in the family. I mean, we got Gilbert running for governing body. You know.
I write all their campaign speeches. So we're doing the best. But you know what? The reason I'm going to tell my sister to dedicate it to Vera, because Vera was on a couple of hours ago, and I heard her say that witnesses need to step up in the political sphere. And I just wanted to let her know, if somebody could let her know that people are doing it. We have one in Arizona doing it, and there's going to be more.
Yeah, well, I think that Vera, I'll tell you, she was right on the ball. She's down in Pennsylvania. She's got a lot on the ball. Maybe she should be running for office. Well, let's run. Well, I hope you.
Yes, because freedom was denied. The freedom that our fathers fought for before us was denied by our mothers and fathers as Jehovah's Witnesses, and we have to reclaim it.
I love your patriotism.
Okay, I love you guys. You guys are saints.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to say something, Rick.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. You're on with us. I think this is Michael, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this is Michael. It's nice talking to you today, Rick.
Yes.
Rick. Anyway, but the brother who was getting disfellowshipped or something because he was on the school wrestling team, he just talked. The guy was just talking. I think Gilbert's brother or something like that.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, I hope that he listens to my story because I grew up in probably one of the most athletic neighborhoods in Columbus, Ohio. We had 2 Heisman Trophy winners, Paul O'Neill. They all grew up all around me. And we all grew up playing baseball, basketball, football. And the things that I went through as a witness to play on the school teams was unbelievable. And I hope you share, I'm going to share that in that story when I talk to you and tell you about a few of those things. And I hope he listens and to see how all this come about.
Well, we're going to really promote your program, Michael. You're going to be coming on in a couple of weeks, so we're going to promote that. So thank you, though, for chiming in. We always like to.
Also, the 607. Did anybody talk about the 607 date?
I did bring that up as a lie. They say it's 607, but we know it's 587. I mean, you can just check that out online so easily. Yeah.
And then I didn't know because one of the things I did was personally talk to Fred France about the 1975 date, clear back in 1973. I talked to him personally about that. I didn't know this until you had the lady on your show last week. She said that Fred France is the guy that come up with the 1975 date himself.
Yeah, well, that's Barbara Anderson. She's coming back on next week. She has her own program here on the 6th Screen. So she's coming back next week, and she's got some really titillating information to bring to us. So we're looking forward to that. So it's going to be good. Yeah.
Well, good. Nice talking to you, Rick.
Well, thank you, Michael. Keep standing tall. Keep standing tall. That's Michael. Well, we're looking forward to Michael coming on and seeing us soon. Well, my goodness gracious, it's amazing. But, you know, before we cut things, everybody loose here tonight, we do have a man coming in from, I believe, London, England. I believe is from that area. I know it's England somewhere. Are you still on there with us, Steve? Are you still on there with us? He's probably kind of tired.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Why, I don't know how you stayed up. I don't know how you stayed up this late. Boy, oh boy.
No, man, I just started to get a bit happy now.
Well, I'm glad you're on with us because, I mean, it's so early over there now. What's it, about 3 o'clock in the morning or something?
Yeah, it's half past 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2:30.
Yeah. Well, you know, why don't you, I'm going to let some people, I said that I was going to let some people come in about 5 minutes or so. And now the question that I would like to ask, we have witnesses, active witnesses listening in. We have, you know, people who left the Watchtower listening in. Well, what would be, being in the Watchtower as you have been, you and your wife, what would be your message? What would be your message, Steve, to witnesses listening in here tonight? Yeah. Well,
get out. Yeah, get out.
So what got you out?
I think I'm going to tell you a bit of a funny story. But first, before I do that, I need to ask you a question, right?
Yes.
Would I be right in saying that years ago, and I'm guessing it must be 15, maybe 16 years ago, did you do a video outside of a Kingdom Hall explaining that your parents got involved in building it, and you even showed the glass window where the room was where you used to fellowship? Was that you?
That's me. Yes, that's me.
And I think if I remember right, around about the same time you were organising the process around about the memorial time.
Right. Yeah, those are some of
you?
Yeah, that was me. Those are some of the first YouTube videos ever seen in the ex-witness world. Yep.
Okay, so this is going to be quite amusing then, because like I said, I've been indoctrinated as a child, 6 or 7 years old, back in the early 70s. And I've been a witness until 4 years ago. But anyway, through those years, I've always had certain doubts about certain things. I wouldn't say I had doubts about the religion as such, but I had doubts about some of their teachings. And back then, around about the time when you were doing that video, your first video perhaps, or whatever it was, I decided to go online just quickly and to see if there was anything, because there was a lot of talk about apostates then as well for a short period of time. And but they all said, oh, there's lots of apostates, and they used to be outside the assembly, the district. We used to have a convention in Cardiff at the Cardiff Arms Park, and we used to have people outside with the banners and that, you know. And I always used to wonder why they did it. And anyway, at the time they were saying, they were spinning the story that, oh, these people, they're apostates, and the only reason they're out is because they got disfellowshipped and they're disgruntled and they can't take Jehovah's loving arrangement, and they don't want to come back because of that, because they're too proud, blah blah blah. That was the spin they were putting on it at the time, right? So anyway, I remember being in my house on my own, and I thought, you know, I'm going to just quickly look and see, because it always bothered me. I always wondered why people who had dedicated their life would just suddenly come out. I used to think there must be some reason. And because they were telling us that it was because they were disgruntled, they were angry, and they were bitter, and they didn't want to take Jehovah's counsel and all the rest of it. Anyway, so I went online, and the first person I saw was you. And it was that time you were standing at the side of the Kingdom Hall, and you were saying about your father helping you build it or something, and that was the very room that you'd been disfellowshipped in. And then he went on to the next clip was about this memorial thing that you were doing, you know, where there was a few people going to be outside the memorial protesting. And I saw that, and I thought, oh yeah, they're right. He's just annoyed because he got disfellowshipped. So I thought, oh, the brothers are right. It's just full of people who are just annoyed and they can't be bothered. They don't want to take God's discipline, and that's what I put it down to. Anyway, and that kind of like that did it for that. But then 15 years later, there was a brother in the congregation that I knew him in the congregation from the time he came in. And when he first came in, I know the situation that he went through, and I knew what he had to go through to become a Jehovah's Witness. He was solid. You know, he had to put up with an awful lot with his family. He went through hell and back to converse. And he was in the same congregation as me. Anyway, as the years went by, he became an elder in another congregation now, though we've moved on. And he came and gave a public talk to our Kingdom Hall a year before I was awake. And he got rather flat for me. I shook his hand and said, "Oh, I've not just talk, blah blah blah." And then about a week later, we found that he just left. He just left the truth. No reason, no rhyme, nothing. He just left. Now I knew this person's story. I knew when he came in the truth, and I've seen the changes that he made, and I've seen the hell that he had to go through to do it. He lost a lot of family members to come into the truth, and he had all sorts of other problems as well. And you could have knocked me over with a feather when the week after he gave that public talk and we heard that he finished the truth. And so again, I thought, well, people don't give up everything that they believe in. There's got to be a reason. There's something. And then it was around about the time that I actually heard about Ray Franz. I hadn't heard about the name. But at the same time I'd heard about Ray Franz. He was a governing body member. And he came out and wrote a book. And again, I thought, well, why would a man that's got everything just give everything up to go and live in a trailer? You know, there's got to be something. Why are these people doing this? And so I started researching. About the local elder. And then, of course, I got the book Crisis of Conscience. That was a slap in the face. And then down the rabbit hole I went. And the more I looked, the more I could see things happening. And the more I found out the truth about the truth, and of course came out then. But my first attempt 16 years ago, I'm afraid to tell you, Rick, it was because I saw you and I just thought you were one of these people that didn't want Jehovah's discipline. Otherwise I might have come out a bit earlier.
Yeah. Well, we were one of the first to really get on YouTube. And, you know, a lot of people at that time, they didn't like it. There were witnesses that saw it. But, you know, a lot of people watched it, and then I kept doing more YouTubes. Then we went away from YouTube for a while, but we just came back a year or so ago, and now we're back on again.
Yeah, and I've been listening to this 6 screens now. I mean, I have watched it on and off for 2 or 3 years, but I've started listening to it regularly now for about 3 months. And I really enjoy watching it. I enjoy listening to people. You know, I enjoy the things that they come out with, the experiences, and the whole process. And I think it's been a wonderful job. And it's 2:30 in the morning, and I'm still here watching. So that must say something.
Well, there you are. There you are. Well, it's always good. Well, I'm so glad I got to meet you this week here live tonight. But I got your email, and I'm glad you're able to call in and talk. And that's wonderful. So don't you be a stranger.
No, I shall keep it. Now I figured out how to talk to you guys. I'll be talking a lot now. But I must say that now that I've done this, I shall be hitting the sack, and I'll watch the rest on YouTube tomorrow and the next day.
All right. Well, listen, you get some sleep. You get some sleep, and we really appreciate your presence here tonight. You made my night, Steve. You made my night, Steve. You really did. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, everybody, for listening, and thanks, Rick, for your show and everything else. And thanks to Roland, too, if he's listening, because I spoke to him on the phone yesterday.
He's a good man.
He was the one that showed me how to get onto this.
Excellent.
So, I'll speak to you again soon. I'm going to go to bed now.
All right. You go to bed, and we all love Roland, and thank you very much, Steve. Well, you're on. Who'd like to speak up? We got. Well, I'll tell you, we got about 20 minutes left, and then we have After the Storm coming up next. And boy, I'll tell you what, I'm so pleased that we are getting lots of people coming in from pretty much all over the world. And this is, friends, listen, this should tell us something. This should tell us something. People are leaving the Watchtower. Well, what else can you say? We never got this many people coming in. When I first started doing this going back 16 years ago, there wasn't anybody even on. Really, we were fortunate to get 2 or 3 people to speak up. But now look at it. We get so many people coming in. That only shows me one thing. And it's very much like the CIA. You've got to gather intelligence. And the intelligence here is telling me that more and more people are leaving the Watchtower. They're doomed. They really are. They're desperate. They're on life support. They're on life support. Well, who'd like to speak up? Who'd like to say something? We got a number of people in what we call the green zone. So if you'd like to speak up, you're on with us. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Oh, hey, Rick. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing good.
Good. Yeah, you had mentioned something that I thought was a tad. Oh, I got tickled me pink a little bit. You guys were talking something about demons and like stuff at thrift stores.
Yes. Yeah, well, we were talking about Watchtower lies, and all the Watchtower always used to say, don't buy anything at the Salvation Army or Goodwill because it might have a demon in it, you know?
Yeah, that's definitely a new one for me. I mean, I know you're familiar with King James, but are you familiar with his other book that he wrote before the 1611?
I'm not familiar with it, no.
Oh, okay, yeah, because he wrote a book on demonology, and I didn't think that, because, yeah, it was Charles Taze Russell. I don't think that he, like, knew about that book either, or, like, included it in the religion. I used to be a Baptist, so, yeah, I'm not an ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, but, yeah, I found this channel about 2 weeks ago, and it's just been a pleasure listening to your energy, and, you know, everyone coming in and talking, and especially in chat as well, because, I mean, you can definitely see the amount of people we've had in here tonight, all chatting and talking, and it's great. So good work, Rick. I mean, round of applause for sure. I guess, but yeah, mine's Weston. I'll probably be calling in with a couple more questions. I know you're trying to close down, so I'm not going to hold you up or anything, especially since this is my first call.
Well, we really appreciate you coming in. We like to hear new people coming in, but that's fascinating. So you never were one of Jehovah's Witnesses, but it caught your attention, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll have to do a little bit more studying. Like, I've actually called and, you know, talked with Jehovah's Witnesses, like, asking them questions. Now, I can't tell them that, you know, I'm an apostate, but, you know, I mean, I'll lie, you know, asking a specific question. But again, most of the time, these people just don't know. They're just parrots, you know. They'll just get you to somebody who can tell you if they don't have an answer for you, you know. And
yeah.
What they say. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say it fascinates me that you know, you're not the only one. There's so many people that never were Jehovah's Witnesses, but they're trying to help the witnesses. And you're trying to get them to see the real truth, because it's very aggravating even trying to talk to a witness. You know, they run the other way. But if you could get a witness to just listen to you for 5 minutes, and then they listen with an open mind, geez, I think it could talk them out of the truth and into the real truth, you know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you should see the shock and horror whenever I tell them that I don't believe in God. I mean, their face just goes completely crazy. But again, I mean, we're still on the same side here. I mean, there's people in chat right now who are in tough situations trying to, you know, watch videos and stuff in sheds and talk in the chat in sheds and stuff. And it's just like, you know, there's resources out there, whether you're a Christian or atheist or Buddhist or Hindu, recovering from religion, you know, just in case you need to talk to somebody. The YouTube comment section is a good place to find friends, but for professional help, yeah. But
well, there are people listening in tonight, and you're right. They're hiding. If a witness caught them doing this, listening into this program, that they could really be punished for that. I mean, big time. They would be called into a judicial committee hearing, and you will listen to apostate information, and they would be disfellowshipped. No questions asked. No questions asked. Yep.
Yep. And like I said, it's good to have a community here of you know, Christians and, you know, people who don't believe, you know, atheists or, you know, I haven't met anyone who's like a Hindu or anything in chat, but I saw somebody else on here, JW Thoughts. He has a YouTube channel that's very good as well. But I definitely like your energy more, Rick, personally.
Well, thank you. Well, we've been doing it for quite a while, so we kind of get a little more practice. It's good. We've been doing it for going on 17 years, so we get kind of used to it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but still, sometime, in fact, we like the scriptures and what have you. We've got Sunday programming every 2 weeks, not tomorrow, but starting at 12 o'clock, we do spiritual. We don't talk about, generally, we don't get into spiritual issues on Saturday night. There's so many people that leave the Watchtower, and they're so spiritually abused, Wes, that they just run the other way. When I first started doing this, that's what I did. I came on, I figured, gee, I'm going to give people scriptures and get them out of the truth. It doesn't work. It really doesn't. So he says, well, we're going to expose them. And then on Sundays, we'll talk about theological issues. And we've got some really great programs coming up in December, in November, actually. We started a new program called the Christian Court. And it's really going to be great. And these are like, they're non, you know, it's not it's not no punishment that's going to come to anybody, but we have an Old Testament scholar that's coming on and a New Testament scholar. And we're going to ask questions that, you know, that some Christians have a hard time deciding what to do. For example, when it comes to neutrality, you know, do you go in the war or don't you? When you go to take these, when you go to take the emblems, the sacrament, do you take wine or you take grape juice? I mean, these are salvation points. No, it's not going to keep you out of the kingdom, but a lot of Christians will differ on it. And, you know, we're going to try to bring that all together and we should have a good time. So join us on a Sunday sometime. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I like dealing with theological issues to an extent for sure. But, you know, I mean, with the Jehovah's Witnesses, I mean, I don't condone what happened to them in Russia. Okay. I'm not going to be kicking down anybody's doors, you know, with horns on my head saying, all right, I'm here for you now. You know, you guys were all right. Like, no, like that's not happening. But in Russia, you know, it's not cool to expel, you know, any religion, but just, you know, point out what's wrong with it, or denomination or sect, whatever.
Well, there you go, Wes. Well, boy, I'm telling you, you really made my night tonight coming in. Thank you, Wes, for listening in. Thank you.
Oh, not a problem. Yeah, I'll head on out and call in another time. Just remember my number.
I got you.
I'm green lighted now, I guess.
Oh yeah, no, you're here, so we got you pointed out here. So thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Rick.
Hey, Rick, I just thought of one more thing. I remember when I was a real little kid, I was about 4 or 5, and they were teaching me how to give a sermon at the door. And I said, but are we selling them? And they would say, no, we're placing them. And I said, but we're getting money for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're not selling them. We're placing them.
Yeah, no, I remember saying that too, yeah.
Yeah, and they said, don't ever say we're here to convert you. Never. You just say we're here to encourage more, well, back in the day, it was encourage more reading of the Bible.
I'm going to give you a gold star for that one, Debbie. I am. That's a good one right there. I like.
The only reason we were there was to
convert them. No, that's a gold star. That's a gold star lie right there. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Debbie. It looks like yes. I think that's Carrie.
Yes, it is. I'm a little bit late on this lie thing. I had to go take my meds, and they were flying all over the place because I wanted to hurry back. But anyways, I remember them telling us that a married sister, if a husband made a decision, whether it be right or wrong, they were always right. Whether they were wrong, even if they were wrong, they were right. and as a sister, they were our headship, and we were in submission and subjection to them. So I thought whether they were right or they were wrong, they were right.
I've heard that before. No, that's a good one too. And that's a bald-faced lie. That's a lie too. I mean, jeez. Yeah. But we all kind of went along with it. No, I remember even when they said that, and I used to feel bad for my wife at the time. Geez, that's kind of really lowering their status, right? Jeez.
Yeah. Even if they were wrong, they were right.
Oh yeah.
And I thought, well, that's kind of strange, but I never really questioned them. You had to obey. That was the sister's role, to obey, no matter what it was, right or wrong.
That's crazy. Well, always good to hear. You got a nice, pleasant sound, Carrie. You're a kind lady. Stay.
Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Don't you ever change. Keep being Carrie.
I will.
Thank you.
No.
All right.
You're welcome.
Well, there you go. There you go. I mean, we got people calling in from all over. It's good. I mean, I'm feeling good. I'm really feeling good. I'm kind of tiptoeing around on the tulips here tonight because I see so many people that are coming through. That to me is more important than anything. That it really, really is. This is showing me that we are getting points on the scoreboard. We are getting points on the scoreboard. So we like that. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wanting to know if I could comment on 2 points. One, about getting anything secondhand. The Watchtower used to warn us about getting demons.
Yes.
But God forbid if you got a new car. Who do you think you are getting a new car? And why doesn't it have 4 doors? If you got something secondhand, you had better only get not only a secondhand car, but it better be a piece of junk, because who do you think you are having a nice car? And the other thing is about the biggest lie. I always heard from the platform and read in the material that the elders were your loving shepherds looking out for your souls and not to make them grieve or sigh because they're looking out for your souls. But behind closed doors, they were hateful and mean, and they just wanted to destroy you, as many have brought out tonight. And to this day, I never knew what the reason was that they put me out. They never gave me a reason. These people lie and lie. And if you dare to ask questions you're not supposed to ask, that just proves to them that you're a wicked apostate. Thank you, Rick.
Oh, you're welcome. Good to hear from Anne Marie. Good to hear from you, Anne Marie. Thank you. Well, it's just, there's so many lies. I mean, where would you even start? And I know when you guys go to bed tonight, you're probably going to be laying in bed and going, I just thought of another one. I just thought of another one. I mean, they're going to pop out like crazy. Right now, it's probably hard to think about it. But later on, when you lay down tonight, you watch probably 3 o'clock in the morning. There's another one. Jeez, there's so many lies. Like I said,
I have one.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is a Pops debate. I think one of the biggest lies they've ever said was people do not get disfellowshipped unless they are not repentant, which is not the case. I've heard so many people tell stories about their times in judicial meetings, and they believed they were repentant, but evidently the elders didn't.
So
you would only get disfellowship if you're not repentant. So you were being a little rebel. You're being disrespectful,
No, that's a darn good.
Take pride in your sin,
Yeah, no, that's a good one, because Dick Borgie's on here. I don't know. I mean, he got this fellowship, then he wanted to be reinstated at one time. And then they kept saying, well, come on, Dick, come to the meetings. We'll get you back in. We'll get you back in. And I forget how many years he went. I think it was 2 years. But, then finally one of the elders came up and says, Dick, it's not going to happen. But they were lying to him. They were stringing him along.
They were terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Terrible to him.
Yeah.
Walking in his home and telling his family that he was no longer, the elders were their spiritual lead, spiritual heads. How dare them? How dare them?
Yes.
Yeah, he went through a lot that he did not deserve.
Yes.
He and I might disagree on stuff, but I'll tell you what, he's not on the mountain mistreatment of the elders.
Well, no,
It was horrible.
he's got passion and commitment too.
Just a quick thought on that. I was separated from my wife living in an apartment down the street, and I kept begging the elders, reinstate me, because if you don't, my wife is going to divorce me and take my boys to South Carolina. And they said, well, when the Holy Spirit tells us, we'll tell you. And the Holy Spirit never told them, and it cost me my marriage. And I just want you to know, because your wife brought out John chapter 8, so they just took it right out of the New Bible. And John chapter 8 starts in verse 12, I believe. And it's about, Jesus forgiving the adulterer. So, this woman was caught in adultery. I didn't get caught doing anything. I told on myself. And, the scripture about, if you tell your sins, you'll be showed mercy. Not in the JW world. Thanks, Rick.
Well, there you go. You're living proof. So, they lied to you too, Dick. You keep coming and we'll get you back. And even when your brother-in-law absconded all that money from you, well, Dick, we'll get it settled when the circuit overseer comes. He comes, they don't do anything about it. They lie like crazy.
Yeah, Rick?
Yes.
Rick, it's Steve.
Yes, Steve.
Steve from the United States.
Yes, Steve.
You want the biggest lie? The biggest lie is God's true organization.
Yeah, that's exactly right. The truth. We have the truth. That's the biggest lie right there. Steve, that is the biggest lie. There's no doubt. We all fell for it. But you know something? I get studying in cults and learning about cults, and I got news for you. They all say they have the truth. The Mormons, the Moonies, they all have the truth,
I got another lie. I hear a lot of people tonight talking about all the things that they do that either are hypocritical or don't make sense. But what you have to look at, you have to understand. It's a
You're breaking up on us, Steve. You're breaking up on us. We can't hear everything you're saying, darn it.
Let's see.
Let's
see. Is this any better?
Yes.
Yeah. What you have to remember is a cult is not there for justice, righteousness, or to even do what they say or to do what they teach. A cult is to do what the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society has accomplished. They're a demonic, satanic, pedophile organization. Anything they have to do or say to keep their system, their organization running, they do it. And if you expect anything more from them, you need to study more and research it, because many people sound, disappointed, and they sound confused about, well, why did they do this? They're hypocritical. Understand what you're looking at, and then you're going to just say, this is them doing their business. This is how it works. And anything else beyond that is there to fool you, or if they haven't fooled you, they're fooling the people that are still in there, and they're still under mind control. And people, the elders, they've taken a lot of brothers, a lot of men, they've made them elders, and they've convinced them to protect pedophiles. So if you don't believe in the power of mind control and persuasion, research it and look it up, because they have proved successful. And any brother who's ever had a clue and has gone to the society or tried to change anything, again, it's their organization, they immediately get disfellowshipped. So the elders that are remaining, I guarantee you, they're in danger, because they all are on the same page, no matter how nice they may be under regular circumstances. But as soon as a serious situation comes up to defend the organization, they will turn instantly. That mind control is triggered, and they will protect the pedophile or do whatever they have to do to protect the organization.
Well, I couldn't say it better myself, Steve. That's exactly true. Thank you. Thank you for chiming in with us.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah, we got time. We got time for maybe about 2 more callers, and that'll be it. So go ahead. You're on with us.
I will try to hurry up with this, but I thought it was very interesting. A long time ago, before I remarried for the last time, I had a little whatnot shop, used furniture and whatnot shop. And I lived on the second floor, and this girl moved in. She was studying with Jehovah's Witnesses, and we got in a conversation one day about it. And I thought at that time it was nice, but I was kind of out anyways. And I guess the elders found out that I lived on the second floor, and they told her that anything that she bought from me or I gave her, she had to destroy it, burn it, throw it out, because it's demonized, because she got it from me. And that was when I was wondering if I would disfellowship it, because I did not know. So anyways, but the interesting thing was, she did not have a telephone. But anytime they wanted to get a hold of her, call me, and I would get her down to answer the call. But I was used just for the phone call.
That's disgusting.
But anything else had to be destroyed. How about that?
I think that's disgusting. I really, really do. But
Isn't
see,
that something?
yeah, that's the mentality of the Watchtower, Carrie. That's exactly they're not sensible. That's nutty. That's nutty.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Okay.
Okay, I'll let you go now.
All right, we've got well, Gail. She's in the background here, getting ready to come on. But we'll bring on another one or two callers, and then we want you to stay on for Gail. I want you guys to stay on for Gail. Go ahead. Yeah.
Good.
Go ahead. We got the sister first. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Rick. I just
Well,
sorry.
we've got actually, I guess we've got, so the lines are getting jammed up. So go ahead. The first sister, go ahead.
Okay, Rick, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
That's okay.
All
I
right.
just want to make a brief, Rick, this is Constance. I was going to say Marcus Vaughn had a video that came on with the YouTube last night, and it was very interesting. For those who don't know who Marcus Vaughn is, he's an ex-JW who had been a Bethelite for, X amount of years. I don't know how many years. About 4 years? Okay. Anyway, he had an excellent video on last night talking about the sex trafficking going on inside Bethel. And, he was new at the time, young, and didn't really know much about, people would come through with the tours, different brothers and sisters. And he was making a note that there were these young sisters, 12, 13, 14 years of age, coming through from all different states. And there were certain older brothers, he said, older brothers who were always like the tour director of those sisters. And at first he didn't think much of it, but then as time went on, he thought, wow, this is really strange. And anyway, if you watch the video, I think it's about, maybe a good 37, 40 minutes. It's Marcus Vaughn YouTube. And he talks about how there was the sex trafficking going on in Bethel. And Rick, it reminded me so much of what Johnny the Bethelite had said. I just thought that was very interesting. But, the organization is very evil. And what's interesting is when someone's really young, when they're a teenager, especially in the organization, they're very, very naive people. They are. And when people get out of the organization, they really start to realize the world operates in a totally different fashion than inside the bubble of Watchtower. But for the most part, even if people are older and they're JWs, they're very naive. So, but especially when they're really young. So he was just saying how these older brothers, some of them married these younger sisters. You would see them, get married to these older brothers, and they were around there in Bethel. But yeah, the organization's very, very evil. And watch the video. It's really, really excellent. And he talks about how he walked down the hall. He was tired and he couldn't really sleep too well, and he heard some things going on in the bedrooms. And this one brother came out, and he knew it wasn't a married couple in there. He could hear two guys getting it on. So one guy came out and was like blatant right in his face, and poor Marcus Vaughn, he thought, man, who in the world do I talk to? Because all my family are witnesses. And he'd reported to the elders and, the people there, the Bethel elders, and nobody did anything. So anyway, it's an excellent point and it ties in with what you're talking about tonight, Rick. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Constance. Thank you very much. I mean, Johnny did talk about sex trafficking years ago. Nobody believed him. Nobody believed him. But now it's all coming out in the wash. We're seeing it. Thank you, Constance. Okay, I guess Gilbert, we got one more comment, then we're gonna cut to the new program. Go ahead, Gilbert.
Hey, Rick, remember when we were elders and they would use the Bible text, 1 Corinthians 16:13, that talks about act like men, be like men, be courageous like men. There's a Bible text where the Apostle Paul talks about that. And that's a big lie, because Jehovah's Witnesses, and I talked to you earlier about this, but they're not men. Because, you know, your first instinct and my first instinct when we saw what happened in the news on Pennsylvania is to start throwing some blows. Not physical, but, you know, really just laying down the law. And so this is, I think, what we need to embarrass these men in your city, in your neighborhood, the elders that you know. And when you talk to Jehovah's Witnesses, you need to say, hey, this is not manly. You know, a man will fight to the death to defend the children. And for you to just roll over and have the Attorney General just, you know, walk all over you and you don't lift a finger to help. I mean, the Jehovah's Witness, the men that are in the Jehovah's Witness religion really are a neutered class. And I'm going to keep preaching that. And I've been preaching it for a long time. But they're not men's men. You know, Rick, when you think of what is his name, John the Baptist, you think of a man with hairy chest, big arms, long hair, Samson. He's a man's man. But these Jehovah's Witness men, they lack everything manly. And I think we need to hit them where it hurts. And they should be ashamed of themselves. You know, my dad would be very ashamed of me if I wouldn't be speaking out. And I'm happy. I should have been disfellowshipped when I was 18 years old, because I was fighting the elders even when I was 18. You know, I used to see things. And when I learned the truth about the truth, I came out fighting. I came out swinging. And I think that's the message we need to get for the Jehovah's Witnesses that are leaving. You know, you need to man up. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid of nobody. You're a grown man.
We heard from your brother tonight. We love him. He's like you. He's a fighter. Oh yeah, he was on. He's on earlier. So that was good. We had him on. But you're right. Man up as it is. Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Gilbert, for coming in tonight. You're a good man. Don't you ever change either. Thank you. Okay, that's it. That is it. Go ahead. I'm going to let Anne-Marie give the last word here, then we're going to move on. Go ahead, Anne-Marie.
I'm sorry. I think Constance and I were trying to talk at the same time. What the sister was saying before Constance about telling elders telling a sister to get rid of everything that she had given this sister, my mouth dropped open, because it's been over 40 years the same thing was done to me. I was comforting a sister who lived right across the way from me. Our doors were only like 10 feet apart, and the elders were putting my Jehovah's Witness single mother friend through hell, because she had spiritual insight that she kept trying to share with the elders and with the others in the congregation, and they were shutting her down and threatening her. And I went over to comfort her, and she was crying. And then later, when I was trying to comfort her, she was saying how much she missed her fish, because her fish had all died and she didn't have money to get more fish, and that they had always calmed her down watching them. And then she said she also missed her bird, who used to try to sing along when she would play the piano. Her bird had died. So I'm thinking I'm going to comfort her. And I went to the pet store and I bought her really beautiful fish and fish food, so she wouldn't have to worry about buying fish food. And I bought her a sweet little bird that was really a cute little singer. She was very touched. And 2 weeks later, when I went to see her, the fish were gone and the bird was gone. And I asked her what happened, and she said, well, the elders came and, you know, because she was trying to be humble and be respectful and be repentant and have the right attitude. And they had told her, because they knew I was trying to comfort her, all of a sudden I'm bringing the demons, and they told her to get rid of anything and everything I had ever given her. So she said she had flushed all the fish down the toilet and left the bird loose and gotten rid of the cage.
That is terrible, Anne-Marie. That's a terrible story. My goodness, that's not right at all. Well, thank you for telling us.
I just wanted to back up what that lady sister had said, just in case somebody thought they were exaggerating. It must have been something that all of the elders got. because I know my elders did not know this woman's elders. Thank you, Rick. Sorry to interrupt.
Well, there you go. There you go. No, that's quite the story. I never heard you tell that story before, but thank you for sharing it here tonight. Okay, that's it. Now you're right up to date. You're right up to date on what's going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. Lots of participation tonight. And listen, if you guys like the YouTube, give it a like. My goodness, that gets it out and gets more people watching our little clips here. And if you do, well, just subscribe. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe to it, because we come on every Saturday night around 7 o'clock and every other Sunday around noontime. Well, we really appreciate your presence. We really, really do. And we want you guys to keep standing tall. Don't you ever give in, up, or out. And the last one, leaving the Watchtower, please turn off the new light. We're going to After the Storm. Thank you very much for coming in tonight.